Alrighty, what is up? Welcome back, everybody, to our first and inaugural episode of Eberron, the Fifth Age. Does everybody want to say hello? Should we all wave to the camera? So we are finally have the full party together, and we are going to see how it goes. Thank you very much to Black Falcon for raiding, but otherwise, let's jump right into the game. So I think we will start with Volka. Volka, last we left off, you had been led in the night by a strange halfling named Zay. Up from your home in Stone Yard into Upper Dura, where you were led to the entrance of a manor house. Zay walks you up and cautions you again as you're about to enter. Look, just be on your best when we're in here. Thora doesn't brook any nonsense, okay?
Volka understand. We should move forward.
She'll knock on the door a couple of times and wait for a second. Knock again. And kind of call out, saying, Irving, you old sack of bones, come on! Bang at the door. Till eventually it opens up. You see a man standing there, older, gray, going through his hair. Though he's well manicured, he actually has his hair pulled back. Just a slight bit of stubble, but in a way that you know is managed. And he's wearing fine clothing, sort of a petticoat with lace at the sleeves, sort of velvety kind of material. And he opens the door a crack and looks out. Oh, Miss Zaylira. I wasn't expecting you at this time of night. She kind of looks back up and says, I've told you not to call me that, Irv. Now come on, let us in. And he'll open the door wide and let you inside. It's a surprisingly well-off establishment. Here in Upper Dura, you're kind of in the best of the worst. Dura being the poorest ward, or the poorest quarter, and the upper ward being the wealthiest. Upper Dura and Highwater, specifically where you are, is it's a residential district, but it's mostly modest housing. This one stands above as clearly the home of a relatively wealthy aristocrat. As you step into a sort of waiting room, a parlor, carpet runners and desks, simple floral arrangement and some paintings, one or two. It's not overly gaudy. It's not exactly gilded with gold either, but this building stood out from the outside against the crowd. And Irving will take a look at you. You've brought a guest, say.
I am here. Obviously, this is place better than what I am used to. Sorry, I am covered in ash and blood, but we make best of it, yeah?
Well, we can do something about that. I'm sure we can arrange for you to clean yourself up. It wouldn't do for you to see the mistress beforehand. Zay will look at him and say, Irving, he's less a guest and more temporary prisoner until Thora decides what to do with him. I'm not really sure.
Fine distinction.
I think your bath is going to have to wait. We should probably speak with her now. Irving looks at her and gives a bit of a sigh and says, well, she won't be happy to be disturbed unannounced, but if it's important, then I'll take you to her study. And he'll lead you down a few hallways and to a sort of large wooden door. Looks not nondescript. It is as he knocks on it, you can hear the weight of it. And he calls and says, Miss Tavin, Zaylira has brought a guest of some import, I presume? And you hear the voice from inside. We'll bring them in then. And he'll push the door open and sort of bow his head a little bit as he does so. And you're let inside a small, somewhere between a large study and a small library. It has several bookcases, at least what looks like a small library to Voka's eyes. You do not brush shoulders in the academic realm. But a woman sits at the end of the room at her desk. She is working by candlelight, scrawling on some papers. There are several books, open sheafs of parchment stacked, and you can see her pair of glasses at her nose as she looks up at you. And there's a bit of a confusion on her face. Zaylira, who is this? Well, this is Voka, and he's caused us a little trouble. Afraid I have bad news. Thora kind of rubs her temples. And where is Raziel? Well, Thora, that's what this is regarding. I'm afraid things didn't go very well tonight. In no small part due to this man, says, gesturing to you.
It seems our interests may have intersected a little negatively. This is the way of things, yeah?
So, explain, Zaylira. Well, the deal didn't go so hot. I think that Karn, I don't think he brought the goods. In fact, I know he didn't, because he didn't have them, because this one took them.
This is true. I did take some things, and then I also made deal. Also did not go so well.
Interesting. And why is Raziel not here? Well, while I don't like to see our plans interfered with, I'm not sure if this man is entirely to blame. Seems Dask was prepared to take these things regardless, as they showed up at the anvil. Chaos ensued, and the contact in Raziel disappeared. And why did you not stop this, Zay? Because I was not there. I was below. I was watching from afar. That is my role. That was what was agreed upon. And yet you have let Raziel slip from our grasps, along with the shipment. Fantastic. So she turns her attention to you, Voka, and says, so what are you, some kind of daft turncoat, or what?
More like opportunist. We got some information, my partner and I. We acquire said items, and we were going to make deal with Das. And, of course, he tried to have me killed. He did possibly kill my partner. And, this is how things turn out. And, hopefully, an arrangement can be made. Perhaps you could be vehicle for my revenge?
Vehicle for your revenge?
I do not like to be in situations such as this. Someone must die.
There's a small, restrained smile. Well, I admire your candor. Well, something's going to have to be done. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can affect the situation directly. These matters are tricky, she says, leaning back at her desk.
Well, I would like to say, tricky or not, I am motivated. These people, they have taken something of mine. Nobody else will work as hard as I will to find them, kill them, reacquire what is mine, and perhaps what is yours.
It's not a good feeling, is it, when something that was meant to be yours is taken from? I'm sure you'll be contemplating it. I can help you, if you'll help me. I'm going to need those shards again. I'm going to need to find my man. And I don't think that this is something that you can do alone. Now, where are you staying at the moment, Mr. Voka?
The Voka, but you can call me Voka. Well, I was staying in my own place, but that has burned to ground, so...
Well, I'm sorry for your misfortune. Seems to be going around these days. I can provide you with a room here tonight, but you'll have to spend the day here. I'm afraid that if you're going to do this work for me, I can't have you being associated with me. That would defeat the purpose.
Voka is very discreet and, well, large, but discreet.
Well, I'm sure Irving can establish some rooms for you, set you up. Tomorrow I'm going to have to gather more information on this. Dask attacking a Boromar establishment, I suppose, isn't entirely surprising, but things have spun out of control, and I'm not exactly sure why. We'll convene again tomorrow night.
Very well.
In the meantime, as I said, Irving will take care of you. Zaylira, I need to speak with you for a moment. If you'll excuse us, Mr. Devoka.
Irving, tell me, what you have to drink?
We have a selection, which I would be happy to show you if you'll follow me this way.
I will do so.
And he leads you out. He will set you up with a modest room with a copper tub that you can wash yourself up in. And after you have settled in a bit, he will return with a small trolley. I have brandy, fire whiskey, wine.
Give me the fire whiskey. It's seems nice.
And he'll pour you a glass. He'll explain to you that you have a limited access of the manor, and that you will mostly be being watched while you are there. And we will leave you there for now, as we will turn instead to Thomvel. Thomvel, you awaken the next morning, in your apartments in, I believe, Myshon Gardens.
Yeah.
So many locations. I need confirmation from my players to remember where you live. You will awaken. What are you doing with your morning?
Ooh. All right. I sleep in extra late this morning because I'm exhausted. And when I wake, I notice that the revenant blade and leather armor that I left in my closet yesterday did not do me much good in the events that transpired. And I decide to get a little wise and grab the two of them as I leave the house, the apartment. And I noticed that the leather armor actually has some tatters and holes in it, and I decide to take some of the money I earned from my massive fat stacks of commissions and replace it.
And you may do so. Finding this is relatively standard equipment. You can find it in one of the market districts, probably for the cheapest price. Which perhaps we can. We'll see. I'll give you a chance to haggle. For the cheapest price, you could probably go to the bazaar in.
Only imports from
Middle
Valinor will do.
Oh, really?
It's gotta look elven.
Okay, then I think you probably need to go to Shaylius. Which, let me find where that is. I believe it's in North Edge, if I recall. It is. It's in Upper North Edge. It is a predominantly elven neighborhood, but it does have a few markets, and it is definitely the best place to find goods that are specifically crafted in the Valinor or Aerenal traditions. However, you will pay top dollar for imported goods.
Hell yeah. I'll not be walking around barrel-chested like these commoners.
I'm going to say that the merchant is going to set a price of 60 gold for that studded leather.
All right.
Look at him like, maybe I do want to go to the bazaar in Middle Dura.
No, I do. I really want this. So, I say, ooh, okay. Oh man. See, I'm so ready to fall back on deception.
Okay.
I've seen something of this make at another shop for 45 gold pieces. Is there any chance you could be convinced to come down a bit?
Oh, says the shopkeeper, who, by the way, this is a pretty. This is not. You're not walking into a like cannery or smithery. This is a retail location that has already manufactured and imported goods, right?
Yes.
So the displays are a little haughty to represent that, and you are in the upper ward. And she kind of looks at you with a brooked eyebrow. Go ahead and make a deception check.
All right.
And tell me what you get. First roll, boys and girls.
So I clicked it and didn't hear the sound effect, and then I clicked it with advantage. So just use the first one.
Oh, I actually don't have it up, but I will take a look.
It's 17.
17 being the first one. Yeah. She'll kind of arch her eyebrow and say, well, I'm sure you saw some leather for sale, but did you see it in this style? And I would describe the style, but you're the one who's going to be wearing it. What does this cool Valinor leather armor look like?
We'll say that it has some... The leather is tinted slightly green, and the steel is like a light yellowish color, and it's the steel is kind of like interlaid into the bands of leather in ways that look very floral and almost like seamlessly blending together with the different material types, which is a very common elven prescription for how armor should look. It should not just look like steel bolted onto leather fabric. And I say, I believe that I'm familiar with the maker of this armor, perhaps.
Really?
Perhaps I don't remember his name, but I've seen his work before. I'm quite fond of it.
You've traveled to Valinor then?
Yes, I have come through Valinor in my travels from the island of Eberron.
And I suppose that that's probably true, actually. So I won't make you roll for that. Well, I think you're pulling my chain a little bit, but for a fellow elf, I'll call it 55.
I give her a knowing, like, eyebrow raise and nod as she says, I think you're pulling my chain a little bit, however. And I say, that will do nicely. I shall remember your kindness in the future.
Would you like it fitted before you go?
Always.
And she'll gesture to an area with mirrors, where, as this place did not just sell armor, they sell all kinds of elven goods. You know, they're a clothier as well. In fact, if there's something that they actually make here locally in Sharn, it's probably just clothing in the style. But she will adjust some of the straps and make sure that it is holding tight to your shoulders and your chest. You are armored. You may add your studded leather. Remember how you were like, we're not going to role play this, and then I made you do it. 55 gold for your new armor, a pittance for a +1 AC, frankly.
They only get more expensive from there.
Your shopping has only cost you an hour or two, 2 or 3. You still have a bit of time. Do you return home or?
I'm not going to return home. What I'm going to do is wander about the gardens and muse about the foliage, check for, any changes in their growth in the past day, which I would 100% notice, and make a few sketches whilst just staring at the sky, imagining the location of a celestial body that is not quite visible at the moment.
Very good. And when you say gardens, I assume in your district of Munchen Garden.
Correct.
And sure enough, while you sit there in one of the more wooded areas of the city, I guess, on a bench, kind of sketching and looking up at the sky, you do hear a familiar voice as you hear it calling behind you. Bamvel! Oh, good to see you. As you turn and look and see Olar with his cane, kind of strolling, just a little bit of a pep to his step.
Even after all these years, every time I hear his voice from a location which I cannot see, I start very visibly. His voice, it pierces through my ears.
Just a few too many times of him banging on your door. He walks up to you and says, "What are you working?" He kind of takes a look at some of the sketches. He goes, "Study drawings or new commission, perhaps?"
Good morrow, Gandwin. I am merely reflecting on my meeting yesterday. I did show her your work.
And? He says hopefully.
She expressed a passing curiosity at it. I'm not sure in the long term what it will mean. She may return, though.
Well, I'll just have to speak to the curator at the museum. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before she returns. Perhaps I'll get lucky. She looks over my collection as she did yours.
You and me both.
So, how did your meeting go?
Not exactly as I expected. She is not seeking a regular stream of paintings, it seems.
No?
No.
She seemed quite taken with your work.
She was, but not for its quality.
Oh.
It is strange. She saw something else in my paintings, and it gave me some philosophical jargon and sent me on my way. I am still trying to discern the meaning of it.
Jargon, you say? What does philosophical painting look like? Kind of begins to scratch at his beard as he contemplates this. I think I'd better get this down while it's in my head. I'll see you back at the apartments then.
In time. I'll see you then, Gandwin.
And he'll nod his head and make his way off. We shall return to you in a moment, I think, Amabel, as you take your time doing drawings. Shauna, last we left you, you were still in the Temple of the Gathering Light. And you had been told that you would be meeting in the Tavin Hall or Thora Tavin's home later tonight. But the day is yours. What are you doing with it? Well, about a half a day.
That's a great question. I think, Hashana, I would rest dramatically after the whatever transpired the day before, to regain her strength and to make sense of the horrors that she saw. I think that she meditates. I meditate to gather strength and to come to terms with everything. And then ponders and explores where she might be going. I think that is preparing her.
That is a fantastic idea, as you have been left from the ordeals of your ceremony earlier today, feeling quite weakened and drained. You can... I will perhaps bend the rules slightly to call your... if you want to do a long rest, I'd say that you can do that in about 6 hours. I guess that's actually kind of standard if you consider watches being part of an 8-hour rest. And that would mean that you would just basically spend your half a day resting before you head out to high water. Or you could take a short rest, alternatively, and have more time to do something more specific if you'd like. A short rest would only take you about an hour. So your choice.
Let's long rest because we're not sure what's going to happen.
Okay. All right. Solid choice. And you take a lengthy day nap and recuperate. When you awaken in your chambers, presumably getting yourself ready to leave, there will be a rapping on your door. Hashanah, are you in there?
Yes. Who is it?
It's me. It's Hannah, and you know Hannah Milk. She's one of your teachers there, and she'll come inside for a moment. How are you feeling, Hashanah?
Overwhelmed.
I know. The ceremony, well, and the Enlightened, I think, made a wise decision to conceal the events from the gathering, but I'm sure it didn't go as you had hoped it would. I'm sorry, this should be a time of celebration for you.
Indeed. Have you heard anything of Yayela?
She slumbers still. I and the Enlightened have been with her this whole time. She is draining us. We will do our best. There is time still. But sustaining her is not a simple feat.
I think that I know what I should do. The stone?
Stone? You mean the shard that Thora showed you?
Yes.
She didn't let you keep it, by the way. You asked to, but she did not agree to that.
Damn it.
But you can talk to Hannah about it if you'd like, but you don't actually have it with you.
No, I was hoping that maybe I had it.
Do you believe that this counselor can help us?
I think so. That's what they said.
I am hesitant to see the temple caught up in whatever machinations she may have. Sharn is a complicated city. Its webs, I think they entangle one on the path of light. And that is why I stay mostly here in the temple. But I suppose we cannot live as an island. If you think that she can help, well, then I wish you luck. Just be sure you don't get carried away like your sister and return to us.
Thank you. I will do my best.
Of course. And is there anything else you'd like to do at the temple before you head out?
I think I would go down to see Ayala one more time, say my goodbyes before I head out.
She has been brought to her room at this point. The enlightened avocado is sitting with his legs folded beneath him on a cushion at the end of her mattress, which is a simple affair, by the way, quite low to the ground. And he is deep in a meditative state, although not unconscious. As he sits there, he gives you only a slight acknowledgement as you enter, and he returns to his focused meditation. As he sits there, Yayala is laying still, unconscious. You can see the sweat now and a sheen, although there has been a folded small cloth laid over her head. You can definitely see the perspiration gathering on her face, and there are occasional kind of winces to the face as something unseen continues.
I think I would go and kneel beside her and grab her hand and say my goodbyes.
And you take the hand and see once more those amber nails that have always been familiar to you. You kind of look at them in a new light, perhaps, for the first time as you hold it, and probably wonder to yourself why exactly she's been drawn into this. And from there, you can make your way. But we will come back to that. Voka again. No, I'm kidding. Mike, we'll go to you. Rusty, where did we leave you? We left you at the Grey Dragon still, just as you were leaving the Grey Dragon, correct?
Yeah, I'm about to leave the Grey Dragon with a letter of introduction to Thora Tavin.
Thora Tavin.
Thora Tavin. So I'm going to head directly there. Rusty doesn't mess around.
Fair enough. Yes. Maybe I shouldn't have come to you. You can, oh, no, this is fun. You can make your way directly there. Let's see, what time was it? It was, I will say that as you are journeying, it is twilight. As you make your way from, actually, you're not going far at all, are you?
No, I'm in
Where is
Central.
our Grey Dragon? You are in Upper Central, and you are making your way to Upper Dura, which actually, unfortunately, is a bit of a pain, as there is no, there are no connecting bridges from Central to Dura. That simply cannot be had. The wrong shoulders would be brushed if we did that. So unfortunately, you have to make your way south, crossing first onto the Memphis Plateau, and then you can enter into Dura, traveling yet again north as you arc along the western side of the city.
That's no problem. We established that Rusty is really good at walking up and down stairs.
That is canonically true. You are even more practiced than the average Sharn citizen at walking up and down stairs. There are options to save time by taking a sky coach, if you would like.
No, because I do not have any money.
Oh, crap. Yeah. You know what? I forgot about this detail during our session, but I think Roslyn would definitely, at this point, dispense some of your earnings to you. I think I forgot to cover that during our session together, but that was always the intention. And she has been, while you have been refusing your pay for the last several months or however long you've worked there, Roslyn has been keeping your pay for you and kept it aside. At which point, if she sends you kind of out into the world, she will give you some of that coin back. Luckily for you, it is a bit backlogged. So I'll say that you have 30 gold, I'd say.
I'm loaded.
It's not a small amount of money compared to some people.
I'm still gonna walk though. I'm not gonna.
Okay, very frugal. Very frugal is our forged Rusty, and you make your way. It takes a little while, and you pass through all sorts of districts. Honestly, you arrive in Highwater, in Upper Dura, in the twilight hours. As you're passing through, you do hear a voice crying out. Oop. And what does he say? The streets are not terribly busy here in Highwater, but I guess along your way as you pass through Clifftop, where there are a few more markets and there is business, people heading off to taverns and whatnot. And the sun is almost gone down at this point, but you do hear a voice kind of crying out. Dask citizens demolish Dura! The streets! The Sharn Inquisitive has the story! Which was hopefully not so loud that it cut my mic in OBS. But you see a young man handing out, waving some parchments as he cries.
As soon as I heard the word Dask in there, I was like, I'm gonna go check that out. So I go up to, I guess it's like a newspaper boy or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Say, greetings, sir or madam. How much for a newspaper?
He looks at you a little oddly at the greeting. He goes, sir would be fine. It's 2 copper for a copy of the Inquisitive.
I only have gold pieces, so I just take out a gold piece and say, is this worth enough? And give him that.
Takes it. He goes, Mister, are you serious?
Yes.
I can make change for you.
Can I still have the newspaper?
Yes, you can have the... He'll hand you the paper, and he'll kind of look at you, and he's like, Do you want your change?
Rusty doesn't know what he means by that. He just thinks the transaction is over, and he bows deeply, and he goes away to read the newspaper.
He kind of looks at you funny, and you just kind of hear him muttering, "Sucker born every minute, I guess." As he pockets the coin with a kind of a shake. He's like he's a little confused at his sudden good fortune.
Rusty's never worked with money before, so the whole concept is a little foreign.
Right. You have the paper. It's not even it's not really a full newspaper. It's more like a leaflet with a single article on it, which I can send to you. I'll tell you what. One of us is going to read this aloud. What do you think? Should we roll initiative for it?
Deal.
Let me get a D20. What do you got? Wait, first, does high go or does low go? I'm not gonna look at your roll. I'm not looking at it. I'm gonna say highest reads it. All right, what'd you get? A 2. All right, well, it's me. I got a 15. Did you roll twice?
I rolled twice by accident, but the first one was 6 also.
Yeah, well, my 15 gets you. All right. So you take a look at this article, which I will send to you, and honestly, you can all have it just because I'm going to read it out anyways. So there you are. The headline at the top reads, "The anvil gets hammered." It reads below, "It's well known that the lower Durin districts can be dangerous. But are things escalating? The arrival of a new criminal sect of Droamish immigrants known as Dask has been destabilizing the ward for the last year or so. Most of these exotic transplants are confined beneath the city in Kyber's Gate, But of late, Dask seems incontent to hide away, pushing for greater control of the lower region of the city. The Sharn Watch claims to be monitoring the movements of Dask, but they are well known to overlook the native criminal elements within Dura. Whether through corruption or mere incompetence, no watchman was there to protect a Galandan tavern known as the Anvil when it was attacked last night. Is this a sign of things to come? And can we really be surprised at the aggressive expansion tactics of Dask? Droam was one of the few new upstart nations that was not acknowledged formally by the Thronehold treaties, and here in Sharn, Droamites are shunned from the upper wards. Perhaps we've brought this on ourselves. The Inquisitive reached out to Illyra Boromar, Councillor of Lower Dura, for insight on the dealings in her districts, but she declined to comment.
So I read this, and when it says the thing about no Galandan, no one was there to defend the tavern, I feel a great shame because I think that's part of my job, even though it definitely isn't.
Anymore?
Yeah. It just kind of gives me more determination to keep going forward and figure out this whole thing. So I'm going to just keep on walking to the manor.
Alrighty. And Highwater is right next to Clifton, so that just kind of happened while you were passing through on your way there. And you will make your way into the manor shortly. Let's return to Tamvel for a moment. How do things progress into your evening?
I would eventually become bored with the process and restless. And probably as the day presses on, anxiously awaiting some kind of visit, I begin to wander aimlessly, and my ears perk up at the sound of any voice that sounds remotely elven, and I will almost frantically be scanning the crowd for any face that resembles the one that I attempted to follow the previous night. I think I would find myself wandering upward toward the university again, but without the intention to actually go inside.
Sure. And do you return to where that theater was?
Yes.
It's a bit of a journey. Is it? No. Where is Mission Garden? Where are you? Where are you, my man? Hold on.
If I recall correctly, it involved riding a lift.
I've got it. So you're in Lower Central, and you're traveling to the university, which is in Middle Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, it's so complicated. What are there? Five districts and three? That's 15 levels. 5 quarters. They're called quarters, but I'm pretty sure there's 5 of them.
It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of.
What a shitty little detail. Why call them quarters? Anyways, yeah, you can return. You will see that, unfortunately, while there is much activity, as there always is on the university grounds, the 5 spires that encircle the university and tower over it, the nearest being Breland Spire, which overlooks that courtyard where you saw the theater. While there is activity here on the campus grounds, the wagon of the traveling performing troupe is no longer there, as they are a traveling performing group.
I give a knowing nod to myself and sit on the green and begin to mull over the sketches that I've done throughout the day, examining each very thoroughly, as if it was something someone else had drawn and not something I had scribbled in the past couple of hours. Just looking for any kind of sign that I might have unwittingly left myself. even in these haphazard scrawlings that I made without really any end goal in mind. If we get to the point where night is like starting to fall,
Yeah, we're getting there.
then I'm just going to retrace my steps from the previous day, actually. I would start to follow the same route that I took down into the cogs. And looking for any signs of Zay or any rats that appear particularly suspicious.
Well, the first step would be, if you were trying to retrace your steps, the first step would be to head to the anvil.
That is correct.
Right. If that's what you start doing, I can tell you that by the time that you reach Calliston, I believe it is.
Remind me what Calliston is.
That is the district where the anvil is located. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty sure. So many goddamn districts. As you reach Calliston,
right? Not quite the cogs. Right, you're right.
Yeah, the cogs were even lower.
Even
that
below,
was when you descended beneath
the real down
the
deep.
anvil. Yeah. And why don't you make a wisdom check for me real quick?
Hell yeah. Thomville's back, baby. I made a wisdom check of 3.
Okay. Well, you're not very wise, and so I bestow you no extra wisdom in this moment. As you make your way back down to Calliston, before you make it to the anvil, you're gonna get that moment where you see one of those rats sitting perched on one of the sort of step landings of one of these taverns, and it kind of squeaks at you, and then you look down the nearby alley, and there are more there, just a couple of glowing eyes as now the sun is setting.
I very casually and naturally walk over to where this rat is, without signaling that I am looking at this rat specifically, lean against the wall, peek into the alleyway. I make sure that no one is like actively looking in my direction before just kind of like skulking into the alleyway.
And you do, and you'll hear Zay calling out to you. Really bold choice, I gotta say. You know, I always thought it was only the stupidest people, but I guess they really do always return to the scene of the crime, huh?
I have committed no crimes, and I've been waiting all day.
No. But it does seem a little bit unwise to come back here after what happened to you last time.
I've come a little better prepared this time. What news have you?
My mistress has been gathering a few people, I think. We have some plans. I'll take you to meet them.
You've gathered all of these people together for the express purpose of finding Raziel?
That's part of it. Thora will tell you.
I see. I think I understand. You will take me to them?
I will. And she will lead you. She'll kind of take a look as the sun is setting and say, I think we'd better make this quick. Let's get a coach. And she'll throw a couple of coins once she leads you up to one of the upper platforms. even lower Sharn has spires that ascend high enough that you can see these sky coaches, little taxis, basically air taxis, that can seat maybe a maximum of like tops 8 people probably, and can kind of ferry you around to different parts of the city. You're just moving at this point from Lower Dura to Upper Dura, so it's not a complicated affair. And she will take you. I think. Let's return to Voka. Voka, how is your day in captivity, mildly pampered captivity, progressed in the Tavin household?
I approach my friend Irving. I say, "Friend Irving, first, can I have more of the fire whiskey?" Yes. But also, I had a question.
Yes, Master Voka.
Your beard is very managed and stylized. As you can see, mine is not. Does this take a lot of money on your part?
It takes only a few copper to buy a razor capable of trimming a wild as extreme as any in the Eldeen reaches. It simply requires maintenance.
I see. I just wanted to say, compared beards, because, mine is so large, like Volker, and yours is very small, but very nice. Whiskey, please.
He'll walk over to this cart, which has spent a suspiciously large amount of time in your room ever since you arrived. He says, Mistress Tavin can be gracious to her guests, but I'm not really sure that you are one, as he pours this whiskey for you, as he sets it down. My job is to make those guests as comfortable as possible. You're walking a thin line, Master Voka.
I am very light on my feet, yeah? Look at me, I'm so small. I can walk many lines.
Your agility is duly noted. I suggest that you help Miss Tavin in whatever she is about to request of you. As amicable as she is with her guests, equally is she brutal to her enemies.
I am familiar with this concept, yeah? Look at me.
Indeed. I could help you with that, he says, pointing to your beard.
It's something to pass time, I suppose.
A shave, then, he says, and if you agree, he will return with a new trolley, basin of water, some shaving cream as a lather, a shockingly large number of razors of different lengths and widths, polished to a gleam. And he'll lay you down in a seat and snap out a towel that he'll tie around you in very formal fashion.
One moment before towel. Okay, let's do this.
And he will help shave you, shaping it into, I don't know, how would you like your beard shaped?
Very long, but also fine. Maybe not so wild, but braided. Bring it down, make it look nice.
Sure. So predominantly what you notice is that in this position, this man grabs your chin and lifts it up, and he holds you firm. You can tell he's got silver in his hair, but this guy, it's not that he's like squeezing your jaw off, but you just get a sense, just that moment that like, you've literally let this guy put a razor to your throat. And in that moment, you just kind of have a realization of like, this guy isn't just some old servant, right? Like he's no doddering old fool, and he works methodically and makes some chit chat with you as he shaves up with the blade, wipes it on a towel, and dips it into into the basin nearby. And he will shape it for you, trimming predominantly the sides so that it's narrower. We don't need to describe the beard. I'm obsessed with manicuring my beard. The trick is to get that braided look you're talking about. You just got to bring the sides down so that it's not expanding so much, and then he'll help you braid it. And give you like some small brass rings that you can put in to hold the braids in place.
This is good, yeah? Sign of trust, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. While he is shaving you and he's almost complete, that is when I think there will be a knocking at the door, which is presumably you, Rusty, as there is a banging. Irving will take that razor, wipe it down one more time, and provide you with those. Says, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Voka. And he will go to answer the door, at which point he will see you standing there on the patio, I suppose. Say, yes, hello, have you business here at Tavern Hall?
Greetings. I am here to speak with... what's her name?
Thora Tavin.
Thora Tavin.
Nailed it.
I'm going to hold out the letter of introduction to her, and I bow very deeply, so much so that my hat falls off.
Oh, sir. He'll simultaneously take the letter, but bend down to pick up your cap.
Oh, thank you. If I lost another uniform, I would be fired for sure.
I see. And as he's in the process of opening the letter, he'll say, and what is your business with Miss Tavin? As he begins to peruse it. And he breaks the seal immediately.
I need to speak with her.
Yes. Yes. Rosalind is a friend of the house. I believe they were just together earlier today. He looks you up and down. Says, what sort of model are you?
My name is Rusty.
You don't look worn.
It is a joke name. It is a very good joke.
I see. Well, Rusty, I think you'll do nicely, actually. Why don't you come inside?
I nod and I go inside.
And you can see that he's fretting a little. There's a moment of hesitation as you both stand in the foyer, and he kind of looks you up and down, and he says, I'm sorry, but I'm not really sure what to offer you. Normally, I would ask if a guest wanted something to drink or eat, or chambers for rest, if they would like to avail themselves, bathhouse. I am at a loss. Master Rusty, is there anything I can do for you?
I came here to speak with the councilwoman, so can we do that?
She is planning to have a meeting in just a few minutes. I think that would be the best time.
Then I will wait here, and I just go stand, against the wall and stand perfectly still.
he'll kind of look at you. He'll kind of like, well, and he'll kind of shrug his shoulders. Hashana, you should be arriving any minute now as well. Are there any stops along the way?
I don't think so. I think she is determined just to get there.
Sure. For you, when Irving comes to the door, he'll greet you with expectation. He's expecting you. I don't know why I almost phrased that really weird. But he's clearly expecting you as he opens the door and he says, "Young Miss Hisham, the counselor has been awaiting your visit. I believe everything is almost in ready. Our compatriot should be arriving soon. Why don't you come inside?" And as you step inside, seeing the somewhat lavish standing room here, and in the corner, at attention, seemingly quite still, what does she see, Morton?
She sees an enormous 7-foot-tall robot person. However, he's wearing like a nice velvet hat with a pin on it with a dog, and he's got clearly makeshift eyebrows that have been fashioned to make him look as friendly as possible. And he's standing perfectly still, not moving.
I'm sorry, introductions, perhaps? Miss Hashana, this is Master Rusty.
Greetings, sir or madam. I am Rusty.
Oh, madam is fine. Hello, Rusty.
Hello, madam.
Hashana. You can call me Hashana.
Rusty's visibly confused because he thought your name was madam. Hashana. And then he bows very deeply.
Well, the counselor will be prepared to meet with you soon. She's informed me to lead you all to the meeting hall. If you'll follow me this way. And he will take you further within. Volka, I will say that, although I forgot to mention, I'll say that he told you the same, that the meeting was upcoming, and you have probably, having had the full day here in the manor, you probably know exactly where this room is. And I'm going to say that you're, is there anything else you'd like to do before you go over to this meeting?
I will take some more whiskey off the cart and fill my glass.
Fuck an alcoholic. And, yeah, you fill yourself up a nice tumbler. And
I have drink. I am ready to go.
I think since you have mentioned at least 3 times having a drink, I think I'm going to require a con save from you to see how you're doing. I'll make my own con save with you. Cheers, man.
Duh.
9. Very strong.
Oh, was it a 9?
Yes, it was.
You're feeling the buzz. you got a warmth in your cheeks right now, and you're a little bit too fascinated with feeling that skin where you just got that shave, like that smooth skin that you haven't touched in a really long time, and you're just a little too into it right now, as you're really feeling yourself. I'm going to say that having already been in the manor, you're probably waiting in this meeting hall when the rest of them are led inside. You are all inside a very neutral sort of central hall. There's a fireplace and a somewhat long table, probably enough to seat about 10 people altogether. Large enough for group meetings. There are a few armchairs around the edges, maybe a sofa. and a single bookcase with some light material on it. It is a meeting place, a waiting room, and there are some simple provisions laid on the table. Blood-dried meats and cheese, things like that.
So, you will find Voka standing near the meat and cheese and veiling himself of what is offered.
As Irving leads you guys in, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Depending on how vigorously Voka is availing himself of the meat and cheeses, I will be a respectable distance from him. If I'm already there. If I'm not, then
Sure. You can be arriving presently, which means that Zay is with you. Zay will when you are greeted at the door with Irving, once more, Irving will look at Zay and say, "Zay Lyra, there is no limit to the guests you continue to amaze me. I am Irving, master," and he'll look at you with a questioning look. "Yes, you're being let in."
yes. You may call me Thomvel. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Fantastic. Well, I think things are underway. And he'll bring you back. You're all there. You're all there. Anyone who has not described themselves, chiefly Hashana and Thomvel, can do so and tell me how you're entering this room and how you guys are mingling.
I think Hashana enters the room with wonder in her eyes. Like, she is not sure how everything is going to go down. She notices Devoka, and scurries around him to one of the chairs that is empty and makes herself at home.
What does Hashana look like?
Hashana is a lady of medium build with purple hair, and she's got this tattoo that is far more excellent than mine down her arm, and she wears her favorite adventuring vest with many pockets.
The Voka is standing next to a table, drink in hand, and eating cheese and meats. You can see that he is very tall, like 6'7", 6'8", very broad, large man. Jet black hair, shaved on sides, long like horse mane. He has large, dark, thick eyelashes with dark eyes. High cheekbones, strong, aquiline, masculine features, very Slavic.
And in stark contrast stands Thomvel, a very svelte elven man whose clothing is pristine, green with gold accents and trim. He is wearing armor and carrying a weapon, but doing so in a way that suggests that he's not really so much a warrior, but is posing with them as props. He has silver hair with a hint of green around the tips, not so much the hair being colored green, but almost as if there's green light hitting him from all angles. And a feather that is like a turquoise color shooting up from his part. Of course, he's got green painted nails as well. And as he enters the room, he just very quickly scans the area, gives a discerning nod to pauses for a moment, bows at Devoka, making sure to sit as far away from him as possible, and then very intently stares at Rusty while he's sitting, cradling this a polearm that appears to be a scimitar on both ends. Very difficult to fit in a meeting room space, but he manages.
It looks perhaps a bit out of place, but this is a very bizarre arrangement of people in here. And perhaps it's a little comforting that you are not the oddest, well, you are only debatably the oddest sight in the room.
So is there like a main table, like a meeting table kind of setup?
Yeah. There's a table in the center. There are chairs, like simple, just high-backed chairs. It's you can tell that this room could easily double as a dining hall, but you doubt it's seen much use as a dining hall, just based on its kind of decor. It could serve that function, but it seems to be predominantly for like meetings and stuff.
I think Rusty is kind of standing off to the side of the table, just very stiff because nobody invited him to sit, and he would never sit without being invited.
It's good that you mentioned this because I look around and I see you and I say, you come sit. It's meat and cheese and maybe the drink. We'll be friends for now.
What is a meat and cheese?
I hold up the meat and the cheese and say, this is meat. It's okay. This is cheese. This is good.
I take the cheese and say, this is good. Stand there holding the cheese. Not sure what to do with it.
Irving kind of glances at you and says, Master Rusty, the cheese is a fine Onderan blend. It is mostly for tasting.
Oh, it's food. I don't need food. And then I give it back to Devoka.
Okay, understood.
Zay, by the way, has joined you all. Zay is familiar with two of you, however, not the others. She'll walk up and take a look across the room and say, wow, that is a strange group, huh? I guess Thora did what she could. How about you? You sure look like a bucket of bolts.
Greetings, sir or madam. I am Rusty. And then I bow.
Right.
I understand, yes. You say the name is Rusty, but you have no rust. It's very funny.
It's very funny. Very funny joke.
Very funny, yeah. So, what are you, fresh from the forge?
No, I'm fresh from the Grey Dragon Inn. The Grey Dragon, where you will never find an empty flagon.
Right. What are you, like a bartender?
I was recently promoted to brand ambassador, and I pull out like a little business card and say, here, enjoy 10% off your next stay.
She'll take the card and kind of look at it. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind.
Tell them Rusty sent you.
Kind of put it behind her back and just crumple it up as she puts it in her pocket. How about you? You're pretty quiet in the corner there.
Hello. I'm Hashana. And you are?
Zay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even describe her. I'm sorry. You haven't. You see before you a halfling woman. She is wearing a simple green cloth. I'm sorry, I forgot because I already described this to some of the players. She has sort of tattered edges to the relatively short sleeves of her tunic. Sort of a scattering of leather straps across her. Dagger at her waist. Boots, pants that look like they're made for riding. She has a sort of a tomboyish look about her, I guess is how I'd describe it. She goes, "I'm Zay, I work for Mistress Tavin." Like you do now, I guess.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. What do you think you're doing here?
Oh, well, it's a long story, but I'm eager to find out what you think I'm here to do.
I take it we'll be working for Mrs. Tavin in very different capacities from you.
That's what I gather. I assume.
I expect many intellectual pursuits where I am very sneaky or negotiating. Look at me, I am very good for these things.
Perhaps so. Seems like she's found an eclectic bunch.
I'll leave it in your capable hands then. You with the beard. What is your name, by the way?
I am the Voka. You may call me Voka. I am here. Things are not going so well for me, so I am here. I suspect. Same reason you are here.
You and I both. Since it seems you prefer brevity, my name is Thamvel, but you may call me Vel.
Da, Vel. And Rust, D, Gat, yes, and Ashana. Okay.
Voka has like a hard limit of like 2 syllables in a name. Like, anything else is too much trouble.
It's letters. It's 4 letters.
I think at this point, after a little bit of milling, I think Irving will go ahead and return to the room after he excused himself, leading you guys in. He will return and say, "Mistress Thora Tavin and master of the house." And he'll open the door wide for the councilwoman, which we will pick up with after our break. I think it's absolutely time for the break. So, to everyone who is here in the stream, first of all, thank you very much. Also, yeah, well, we will be back in about 10 minutes, I think is good. Yeah? Okay. About 10 minutes and we will return. Stay tuned. Don't forget, if you're not sticking around, don't forget that the full episode will be uploaded to YouTube later this week. All right, we will be back. That would be the way. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Okay, the party is at last all together in the meeting hall of Councilwoman Thora Tavin in Highwater, Verdura. And as Irving announces the councilwoman and opens the door, she steps inside. For those of you who haven't met her, which is just Thomville, actually, yeah. Rusty kind of glanced at her. Tavoka, you just met her last night.
Yeah, that's true. I remember this now.
Since she's a councilwoman, is there a chance I would know her or know of her already?
Sure. Make a history check.
I have a history check of 18.
That's pretty good. You know that Thora Tavin has been representing Upper Dura for the last 6 years or so. Elections being held every 2 years. She has a reputation for being very no-nonsense, very objective-oriented. She rarely plays for optics. She does not often, for example, offer comments to any of the major newspapers in the city. And you don't know a terrible lot about her, except that she is obviously the counselor of Upper Dura. This is your first meeting with her, and I'm not sure if Thomvel would be terribly politically minded. But with 18, you definitely are aware of her, and you know that she has been considered a new addition to the council, sort of new blood, but she has fiercely defended that position, from what you can tell. The woman who steps inside has a bit of a severe look to her face. She is dressed in a smart suit, as I have described it in the past, of vaguely elvish influences in its fashion. It sort of slashes this coat, which buttons down, sort of slashes diagonally across the chest before buttoning towards the lower waist. And she steps inside rather quickly, taking a look across all of you. Says, if you'll all take your seats, as she quickly settles herself down, pulling out the chair at the head of the table and sits down. She pulls back her sleeve and looks at her watch there. It says, I have 30 minutes. So, if you would.
I stand up from my chair like seconds after sitting down and then take a very, very deep bow. So my hat falls off again, but I don't notice. And I say, greetings. I am Rusty. I am here on behalf of Rosalind to lend assistance.
Yes, thank you, Rusty. I read your letter of introduction. Rosalind was quite helpful to me earlier today, as she has been in the past, and I will take her recommendation. And I assume that you will be of good use here. If you will all join us here, I will be short. Each of you have come here for your own reasons, but all seem relatively capable. Some of you are looking for my help. Some of you have been recommended to me. But regardless, the situation is this. I have lost contact with my man Raziel. Him, like Zay here, who is sitting kind of leaning against the wall, not seated at the table, kind of 1 foot up by the doorway, kind of watching. Raziel and Zay here are some of my contacts, particularly in the Boromar clan. The clan has a lot of influence here in Dura, and it is my job as a counselor to monitor their movements in this quarter. Raziel has gone AWOL, I suppose you could say, or I'm not really sure. In fact, I may need some of your insight. But here is what I do know. Perhaps a week ago, maybe a little more, a traveling Carnathi arrived, coming from the north. Came to the city of Sharn. It seems he's being pursued. There are a few members of the Silver Flame that have been asking after someone of this description. I assume it's in relation to the goods he's carrying. Rare Cyberus dragonshards. And I assume that it is this pursuit which is why he tried to offload them through the black market, rather than going perhaps to the Mulgrave University or some other legitimate institute. Luckily, Raziel was able to make contact with him, After being shown proof of the goods, he agreed to broker the trade at the anvil, at Zay's behest, who assured me, she says with a stern look, that it would be quite secure.
So this traveling Carnathi was the person with Raziel at that tavern.
He is the contact and supplier of these shards. Presumably that is who you saw.
He was so covered up, I wasn't sure whether it was actually Zaylira in disguise. My apologies.
No. I don't believe so. Zay? No, I was down below. I tried not to make myself present, watched from a distance, as you seem to have noticed.
Thank you for your assistance, once again.
Well, I was certainly surprised that you found me down there, but I suppose some people watching what's at their feet. Most of my little messengers go unnoticed. Keen eye on this one. Right, says Thora. Anyways, the deal was being held at the Anvil, which is well known to be an establishment under the control of Clan Boromar, as all such deals are required to be in the city. Boromar takes their share of any smuggling, and this is the intention. This is why I have Raziel established in the clan, along with Zay, to track deals such as this.
Do I understand correctly that you have planted Raziel in the clan, and Raziel was not already among the clan?
Raziel had ties due to his past. He's a frequenter of many gambling dens, which are already controlled by the Boromar clan, regardless of what ward you're in. Their specialties lie in the realms of smuggling, thievery, and gambling. At least
I understand.
They keep their pickpockets, mostly targeting only the tourists of the city. It's a little bit of a Sharn code. One of the reasons the Sharn Watch takes an absent eye to the dealings of the clan, well, that and all the gold that they give them. Regardless, the meeting was arranged and attended, but it seems that it was never meant to go well in the first place, as the goods had already been stolen.
Duh.
Yes, Mr. Voka. Well, normally I would be furious to have my affairs meddled in, but as I said to you before, it seems that they were probably going to be disrupted regardless. I'm not sure if it's Raziel's fault. He is a new acquisition to my team. But regardless of whose fault it is, Dask seems to have caught wind of the deal. They appeared at the Anvil and tried to take the goods for themselves. Or perhaps they were looking for the source. Of course, their raid on the Anvil was a futile gesture, since the shards weren't even there. Cyberus shards are rare and valuable as it is in general, but these ones have drawn undue attention. There's something unique about them. We were offered a sample, and Raziel confirmed its authenticity with a specialist in the city. I took a look at them. I have one such here, and she'll put a crystal in the center of the table. Some of you have already seen its light. I believe Rusty and Thomvel have not yet. What you see is a small crystal that would probably need to be handled to get a good look at, but you guys can pass it around amongst each other. It is probably not even the length of a thumb. It is a small sample, a crystal that is natural, not manufactured, not shaped by any jeweler. It has a cloudy, dark gray opalescence to it, but just barely shining through it, through that sort of cloudiness, are amber veins that seem to occasionally pulse with just a very faint light coming from
The
the
shape of
inside.
it, is it more jagged or rounded?
It is, I would say, jagged, as it is natural and unshaped.
When it's my turn to hold the crystal, I will hold it up to the nearest light source and watch as the light reflects off of each surface individually and examine it very closely before passing it on.
And the like I said, the what is the term for that? The opaque nature of it clouds most of the light passing through, but it shines through again just through those sort of veins that are amber, and you can see them shine as light passes through those sections of it. As you all take a look, Thora will continue. The clashing between Dask and Boromar is not exactly anything new. It's sort of been a shadow war for the last couple of years between the two organizations. A more open and brazen attack such as this bears note. I'm not sure why Dask wants these so badly, but apparently they do. Again, Cyberus shards are quite valuable, but I would have sooner expected the houses to get involved than the Dromites. She'll look to you, Hashanah, and say, I wanted to consult with your mentor to understand these better, but it seems she's indisposed, something I can hardly consider a coincidence. However, even more important than whatever these shards are that this man brought into the city is establishing the source of them. I'm not sure the full quantity that he has here with him, but if a steady flow of shards is allowed to be controlled by either the Boromar clan or Dask, Dura will never recover from the stranglehold these syndicates have over it. I am sick of this city being manipulated by those who would do their dealings in the dark and line the pockets of the Watch with their profits. They already own the lower ward. I will not see them expand into mine.
When I look at the shard, do I recognize it as I remember I saw the crystal blade in my vision.
It is different.
It's different.
It is different. What you saw before was clear, perhaps light blue, and not completely translucent because, as you know, it is infused. It is an alloy with iron. But what you saw is a altogether different substance. Chiefly, this is what I have brought you all together for. I want those shards so that they can be properly identified. This sample is not enough for extensive experimentation or identification. I want to know the source of them, and I want my man Raziel returned to me alive. I will not have it said that Thora Tavin does not look after her own house. Now, I cannot be seen to involve myself in these dealings. I do not yet have enough sway over the council to oppose Illyra directly. So, I must work through you. If you all can do these things, I will pay each of you 300 gold. But I will not meet with you again until this is resolved, and if you are questioned, I will deny ever hiring you. I work here in the Clifftop district, and I am regularly known to negotiate contracts with many freelancers and mercenaries. Your visit here will be overlooked as indicating any ongoing relationship between us. I assure you I have my deniability in place.
You make it sound like we're going to be doing something illegal.
Perhaps you will. I don't know what will be required. You will certainly be brushing shoulders with Boromar, and Dask. On that front, I am still currently working on a contact that can help you all make establishment with Dask. Zay and Raziel are not my only agents, of course. Val should be reaching out to me soon. That will be a good throughway into Kyber's gates. Before that, though, I would like that you all prioritize finding Raziel. The shards have been taken from us, and I don't suspect that they will expire soon. The same cannot be said for Raziel, who now, I assume, has more than one target on his back.
I would have it no other way.
His supplier, also, as I said, must be located. The source of these shards is what is most important. Whatever shipment he's brought, he is only one man. It cannot be much. Valuable, to say the least. But frankly, a trivial affair.
Man, I think perhaps I know where he was at one point.
His apartments. Ornathi District, correct?
Have you looked there yet?
We assume that he has fled. The apartment has not been visited since that night, the same night that you were there. We were watching it to begin with. Zay was very wise to follow the supplier back to his lodgings there after his initial meeting with Raziel. That is how she made contact with you.
I take it from Zay's comment. She has some sort of ability with the rodents.
My little messengers.
I must apologize. I may have accidentally fried one of your messengers.
Don't worry. There's no shortage of vermin in Sharn.
Upon hearing this, Thumbelt purses his lips and widens his eyes and nods, looking away from Devoka.
Brat, what am I supposed to do? Look at me. I do not appreciate such look.
Wait, so Raziel and his supplier, did they not disappear at the same time?
They did, in fact. I don't suppose you have anything to offer? Other than Zay herself, you're the only one who was present at that meeting.
They slipped away under my nose as well. I have no idea where they might have gone. I tried to pursue them, but only found Zay where I thought they might have gone.
Well, I'm not sure if they've brokered some kind of deal between themselves, or if they've separately gone into hiding, or what exactly is going on. I can tell you this much. Raziel has become erratic. He is a new addition to my household, and like any member, I will look after him to the best of my ability, but I'm afraid his dealings in these markets have destabilized him.
Understood. A question, though. These Siberius dragonshards, you say you want them identified, but there must be some reason that they are such a subject of curiosity.
That is exactly what I wish to ascertain.
You haven't heard any rumors about them or information that leads you to want to identify them yet?
Well, their appearance alone marks them as unique. How that affects the implications of how they can be applied, I don't know. Dragon shards are inherently valuable, Cyberus being particularly rare. They come only from the ring of Cyberus, above Eberron, above Corvair.
I see.
All dragon shards are valuable, but Eberron shards and Kyber shards alike can be mined for. While it is dangerous to acquire the Kyber shards, Cyberus shards only appear when they fall from the sky, unfortunately, and so they are the rarest of them all.
Question, out of curiosity. Let's say, hypothetically, you had 4 to 5 of these shards. How much would you have asked for?
How large were they?
Yay large, thumb size, much like the one that you have here.
Perhaps 1,400?
Oh,
I am no expert in these things.
I am somewhat dismayed. This is terrible news.
Oh?
Yes, we only asked for 5.
You really undersold yourself. Of course, it seems that Dax never had any intention of paying for these goods, whereas I will.
Yes, it's funny that they want to stab me in back when, I give them such a deal.
The Dask are mixed up with the Dakani. They have strange ideas of honor. Who exactly was your contact with them?
For the life of me, I can barely remember his name. What was it?
Are you asking the DM?
Yes, I'm actually asking
Okay.
the DM because I do not remember.
Dude, you have such an a habit of just like refusing to drop the accent. The name that Frostrain gave you was Galdar.
And he was a hobgoblin, yes?
Is it Galdar or Guldar? Yeah.
Guldar. It was Guldar for sure.
Does Ghoul? Okay, yeah. I think that's correct. Guldar. He was a bugbear, actually.
Bugbear. Ah, yes, it was Bugbear named Guldar. I describe him in detail and reach out my hand as if I'm crushing his throat.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
I love
detail...
Devoka narrating himself doing this.
Yes.
You describe in detail how he looks as you crush his throat? Is that what you just said?
Yes, this is what I do. I reach out as if I am crushing someone's throat and describe Guldar.
Yeah, Thora listens to this and she says, that's very vivid. How can you be sure his face is turning blue when it's covered in fur?
Well, I have good imagination, and this may have occurred once or twice before. Despite the duskiness of his skin, I assume he turns blue.
Interesting. I will get you inside of the gates, and I will establish a contact with Dask for you. As I said, we're working on it now.
As Thora and Devoka have been talking, I have taken out a sketch pad and have started sketching this crystal and trying to use my painting supplies to get the color just right for reference.
Sure, make a performance check. Hashana, what are you up to?
I think Hoshana's been eavesdropping.
Performance of 12, by the way.
Enough to get its basic form and the coloration right. Certainly not detailed enough to serve as a reference to some expert or something like that. More than enough to capture, in addition
Aside
to your
from
memory,
myself,
its
that
appearance.
is.
Yeah.
The only expert that really matters.
Hashana?
Yes, she is soaking up all of this information and sizing herself up to all of her new companions.
A deluge of information that Hashana was not aware of has been poured upon her. Does she have any questions?
Feel free. Voka is very forward. He will not hide anything from you.
I feel like Hashana's gut reaction is, besides the 300 gold, what's in it for her?
You can ask that if you'd like.
Okay. Besides the 300 gold, what what's in it for me?
Well, I can't say I understand fully what's going on, but as I said before, I don't think what's happening to Yayala is a mere coincidence. Undue attention has been paid to these dragonshards. Perhaps you can enlighten me. You are a little scant on the details of your mentor's absence.
My mentor is currently unavailable. That's all.
I gathered as much, and something tells me she's not just napping. Keep your secrets to yourself if you like, but I assume, as I said, that these things are connected, and so you are here to pursue, yes?
Indeed. Understood.
If nothing else, you can take quite a purse back to the temple when you're done.
Moving forward, I suppose. So first contact. Someone in Dask. We need to move forward. I see.
I pick up the shard and say, "Can I borrow this?" I know a man who may be able to identify this shard. I'm just holding it like this.
It was taken to one such specialist in... Let me make sure I get this district right, because there's a million of them. Specialist in Silvergate. A man named Denian. He at least confirmed that it was an authentic Cyberus shard, though further details were not forthcoming. I didn't want to give it up before, but not large enough, as I said, for experimentation. If you all would like to take it for reference, I suppose I'll let it go. On the assumption that you will be delivering the shipment to me in time.
Thomvel, just finishing his drawing, opens his mouth and blows hair out of his face, closes the sketchbook, sets it back in his pack.
You do one of those, kind of, yeah.
Rusty's gonna put it in his bag. He's just gonna straight up take it. Say, "Thank you. I will return it with the rest of the shipment."
Thank you, Rusty. You come highly recommended from Roslyn. She's a reliable sort.
Agreed.
And I understand that you have experience at the anvil yourself. You do,
Where?
if you don't remember. If you recall that before you became you worked at the Grey Dragon, you had a different position at the anvil.
Yeah, I was the bouncer at the anvil.
You were.
Well, thankfully you weren't at the anvil that night.
I feel completely the opposite. If I had been there, I may have done something to stop what had happened. It is a great shame that I was not there.
It was a chaotic scene. Take your blessings as they come.
Well, I am just about out of time. As I said before, we are working on our contact in Dask. From here on out, for updates, you can contact Zay. I'm sure she'll make an arrangement with you all. She can also provide you with where to begin as far as finding Raziel. I must excuse myself if you don't mind. Is everyone clear on what is expected of them?
For the
Yes,
moment.
indeed.
Well then, thank you very much. Voka, she'll look at you for a second. You in particular are operating at a debt, in my opinion. I want to make it clear that if this venture is not successful, and you do not accomplish these tasks, you will be indebted to me.
Well, as you see, I am already very motivated and personally invested in said venture.
Then I will trust to the strength of your conviction. Now, as I said, I have much to do, so if you'll excuse. And she'll make her way out of the hall.
Thank you for your time, Counselor.
And thank you. Hopefully I will see you when this is all concluded. She'll make her way out. At that point, you kind of just hear Zay in the corner like, sorry, I can do better. No, I can't. Well,
Yeah, we'll just fix that in post.
yeah, yeah, we'll edit that. Honestly, actually, I think my noise gates kind of my like filters. I think they actually fuck up whenever I try to whistle.
I know this is
which I've tried
super
before.
like
What's up?
retrospective, but like
Why?
what was she wearing?
She was wearing a cut of clothing that you don't see very often, which is the closest thing to a modern suit, like a pantsuit.
That's right. Yep. I
yeah.
remember now.
A
A smart suit.
Yeah, exactly. Faint pinstripes on the legs and coat. Not in a full-on zoot suit gangster kind of way, though. They are subdued and tasteful. That's the sort of thing. Something like that. Like the cut of it is elven, but something like pinstripes not elven at all, right? So it's sort of a fusion of urban fashion with a little bit of foreign design.
That's very Sharn.
It is, actually. Sharn is a melting pot. She makes her way out. Zay whistles and kind of says to herself, well, honestly, that went better than I expected. You're a lucky one, she says, looking particularly at Voka. But given a chance here. So, I guess Thora didn't want to stick around, but if you have any questions, I can help you out.
She says we're to contact you if we need assistance. How are we meant to do that? Just continue to follow rats around the city?
No, I think it's getting a little absurd. Cost a pretty penny, but I do have one of House Civis's contraptions, and she'll pull out from a pack at her waist two sort of orangish kind of shards. They're not terribly large. They have metallic sort of caps kind of on the bottom and the top and a wiring around the center, but they do appear to be crystalline, and she'll hand one of them forward, two of these that look virtually identical. These are the messaging stones that House Civis uses to pass between us. You can contact me with this.
Oh. We'll try to use this sparingly then. I imagine you don't want us to be bugging you at every waking hour.
No, I do not. Regardless, I will carry it with me in the event that you need something, or if you have an update. As far as Raziel, well, Thora might be short, but we all want to see Raziel return to us. Now, she wasn't kidding. Things have gone a little off the rails, I think, with him. He's only been with us a few months, but the last couple of weeks, he's grown, as she said, erratic, prone to flights of fancy, mood swings. A couple of nights ago, I thought he was going to, well, his lips have been a little loose lately.
Any idea what she intends to do with him upon his return?
You don't have to worry about that. Like I said, Thora looks after her own, just like she looks after me.
Understood.
As far as a place to start, Raziel is well known because of his history as a racer here in Dora. He was a regular at one of the gambling dens. It's how he first got involved with the clan, even before Thora made contact with him. The place is called the King of Flame.
Do I know where the King of Flame is? Because I've been all around the city.
I mean, a lot of you have spent a good amount of time in the city. Any of you can make either I'm going to say a survival check. So I know this sounds weird, but one thing that I talked about during character creation is a sort of alternate and urban application of the survival skill. Much like in the wilderness, a ranger might use survival to navigate. In an urban setting, survival may be used to indicate general street savviness and familiarity with the city.
Sharn is a jungle in many ways.
Yeah, I would also really like to diversify the constant history checks whenever we look for knowledge about
survival of
about
20.
Very
I got a
nice.
5, so I have no idea where that is.
Yeah, absolutely. With a 20, Bamvel, you know that. Where is it? Oh crap! It's not right here, isn't it? All right, hold on. I've got it. Just give me 1 sec. There it is. It is in Harith's Folly. The district is called Harith's Folly in Middle Dura. The King of Fire is a tavern, a gambling hall, really, where it is particularly known, I would say, with your 20. Not only do you know its location, but you know that it is particularly a popular spot for gambling on something called the Race of the Eight Winds.
8 wins.
The Race of the Eight Winds.
And is this a metaphorical name, or is there flying involved?
It is a literal race with flying.
Let us just say, would be a avid spectator of this type of event. And I'm excited to go back here, check things out.
Sure. And if you are truly an avid fan, then you know that the Race of the Eight Winds is an annual affair and not something that you can just like, hey, let's drop in and watch the race. No, it's once a year. It's a big event every time.
Awesome.
All right. Calm down. So you know that much. Anyways, so Zay tells you, I would recommend starting there. Raziel actually, at least in Dura, somewhat of a public figure, I guess you could say. Now, he's only been with us for a couple of months, and he's always been a little bit guarded. I don't blame him. It's fine. But I think maybe you can learn more there.
We'll ask around, see if anyone knows what he's been up to the past couple of months. Maybe things he hasn't been disclosing to Thora or yourself.
Perhaps. Is there anything else? She says, looking across the lot of you.
Walker looks down forlornly at his glass, but does not say anything.
We'll get you another glass where we're going.
I like how I was personally, I was thinking like you were having an emotional moment, like remembering something, and then I just realized that you just have an empty glass and that you just want to fucking drink. Or maybe it's both. I don't know. They will, before she lets you guys go, say one last thing. Listen. Sharn's a bit of a crazy mess. You get into things here, well, it's a little too easy to go tumbling over the side of some bridge. I think you all should take these. Consider it an investment in your services. And she'll push forward a small box.
I will take the box, pull it toward us collectively, as we've all inexplicably gathered at one corner of the table by this point, and I'll lift the lid open to examine what's inside.
You can see inside 4 elongated orange and white feathers that are lined carefully in the box, which is faintly shaped to hold them. Feather tokens. They can protect you from a fall, though they'll only work a single time. Consider it a get-out-of-jail-free card.
So Thambill has a feather in his head already, right?
He does.
So I'm going to take my cue from that. I'm like, okay, I guess I do that, and I take it and I stick it like in my cap to like mirror Thambill's look.
Thumbill takes one of the feathers, raises it up to Rusty in acknowledgement, nods, and then proceeds to pack it away in a pouch on himself.
Alrighty. Does everybody take one?
Ajana will take hers and put it on an inside pocket of her vest,
Sure.
keeping it safe.
Yes, the Volca also pockets feather.
So you can all add to your inventories. I assume that this is a basic item on D&D Beyond. So you should be able to find it. It is called a feather token.
I will let you know.
And it allows you as a one-time use to essentially to cast Featherfall. And I think it might actually also be limited to just casting on yourself, whereas Featherfall can target like a bunch of can target like 4 creatures or something.
Yes.
There are many types of feather token, but we want feather token, Featherfall, right?
Yeah, I actually didn't realize. Hold on. Oh, maybe this is more... I didn't realize that there's a different meaning of feather token if it's not specific to Eberron. That's okay. I've described to you what it does. What it does is that it can be consumed a single time, and it will be consumed after that to cast Featherfall specifically on yourself. It can save you from a single fall. Yeah, this description with all the different versions, I don't know what this is. Anchor Bird fan? Yeah, I don't know what that is.
They're in the DMG.
Yeah, it's a different case of it.
Qual's feather token.
Is that...
How do I add this?
Click Manage Equipment if you're looking at the Equipment tab. Then expand Add Items and then search for it.
Thank you.
It's basically a one-time get-out-of-jail-free card if you fall from a long height.
Yeah, which is a pretty persistent danger in the city of Sharn.
It's a little parachute.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well,
I will say, again, thank you for everything, Zaylira.
don't call me that.
Oh, my apologies. Zay. We will be on our way then. You will hear from us if we run into obstacles, which hopefully sparingly.
She'll give it a little shake to the receiving stone that she has. Can't wait.
I turn and like I set my revenant blade down as if it were a walking stick, but don't touch it to the ground and walk out, gently resting against my shoulder. Not really looking back, expecting people to follow me.
I look around, I see Thamville leaving, and I immediately follow him. Just march right behind him. I assume that he's the leader now.
Okay, I do this, and I follow as well.
Shauna awkwardly smiles at Zay and then follows the fellows.
Alrighty. So you guys can make your way. You already have identified the location of the King of Flame, so that is no issue. You know that it is in Earth's Folly, just one ward below you. So you can travel make your way down there together. Let's see here. Entering into Earth's Folly, let's see. So you would go for high water. Oh yeah. Yeah. In fact, I'd say that walking through high water, it's probable that you can actually sort of see between some of these bridges that separate the various plateaus and spires and towers. You can probably see some of Harith's Folly as you're basically looking down. It's a neighboring district, but it's below you, so you can probably actually see Harith's Folly from essentially where you are. But you make your way down and you enter into this district. It is characterized by a very bizarre assortment of buildings that all look... There is no homogeny. While Sharn is a chaotic city of any number of flavors, especially wildly varying architecture, it has never been so jarring as in the district of Harith's Folly as you guys begin to walk through it. One building looks incredibly utilitarian, just stone in an octagonal pattern, while right next to it is an entire spire formed of massive trees that 3 different trees that all spiral around each other and form into a massive canopy above it. The next one is completely different, seeming to shine of some gleaming white, somewhat translucent material. Every single building you pass has a completely different flavor, and the entire district seems like a bizarre mishmash of flavors. You guys can make a history check.
I have made a history check of only 6.
I got a 7.
12.
I also got a 6.
Now, 12. This is relatively. It's not exactly a secret or anything. Harith, the man who was once given control of this district, is widely considered to be a madman who drew inspiration, who started when he was designing this district, started by wanting to make sure that each of the 5 nations were represented in their architecture. But once he did that, he just kind of kept going and started adopting styles from the Eldeen Reaches, from the Morholds, from Droam, from even inspirations of places beyond the material plane, leading to what is by some considered a complete eyesore, and by others considered a masterwork of a collection of architecture.
Thomville is quite taken with the assortment. He is not a cynic.
You appreciate the value of variety, which is definitely, to be fair, probably being done to a fault here. This variety, there's a distinct lack of unison. Anyways, after traveling through this, and this is mostly a recreational district. There's lots of taverns. You can hear music and song kind of echoing. At this point, it is nighttime, and you can kind of hear the sound of gosh, what was the word I was going to use? Of merriment, and there is perhaps even more so than other places, there is a mad spider web here of stone roads and wooden suspended bridges and all this, trying to kind of just link all of these disparate buildings, right? But you make your way to a particular building. The sign outside of it hanging out shows a man whose clothes are tattered and ashy, smoldering. There's even faint pictures of smoke rising from them. And yet this man has a calm, meditative look to his face, his eyes closed, globes of fire orbiting his head with the indication of motion to look less like a crown, more like a halo. This is the King of Flame.
It's pretty noisy around here, right?
Yeah, relatively.
I'll turn around to everyone else at this point, having seen the facade of the place we're meant to go, and I'll say, so, have any of you been in Thora's employ more than this time?
No.
Employ is strong word. Debt by force is more accurate.
I am under the employ of Rosalind.
I see. And who is this Rosalind?
She is the leader of the House Galanda, the great house of this city.
All right. I have this character Raziel is a subject of curiosity for myself. What do the rest of you happen to know about him?
I know almost nothing of Raziel other than what we are told.
What does he look like?
He is an elf like myself, but has yellow hair instead of silver. I'm afraid aside from that, there's not much to say. He wore very plain clothes when I saw him, but he very quickly slipped away.
You recall specifically his excited animation in the conversation that you could not hear at the meeting at the anvil. It was blocked from you, unfortunately.
Yes, he is a resourceful fellow, to say the least. I'll be frank with all of you, since it does not seem that you are working with Thora in any capacity beyond myself. I intend to, if we find Raziel, hear him out before reporting back to Thora or anyone else.
But we were told to report back on the stone.
That is correct. But what they're really after are the shards. If we can find Raziel and he can lead us to the shards, they will be satisfied, I'm sure. I want to hear from Raziel, his side of this story, before we decide what to do about Raziel specifically. Is that okay?
Ah, subterfuge. I know it well.
Okay, we do this.
I see no harm in following you.
Very well. Well, it seems the place that we are seeking is in front of us. Let's start by filling a few glasses. Devoka, I doubt you should have any resignations about this.
No.
Or any, reservations, sorry.
No.
I gotcha. I knew what you meant. All right, so you guys make your way inside. Stepping in, the tavern, which to a certain extent you can tell from the outside, actually, it consists of black stone, almost like obsidian, and brass fixtures, which, at least on the exterior, are kept to a minimum. They certainly outline the sign. But when you come inside, you can see multiple of these fixtures. The chairs are all lined with brass, and everywhere throughout the room, flame. The entire room appears to be flame. Although there is no significant heat, the tables themselves are wreathed in it. Many of these posts around the walls have fire blazing out of it, and yet the light is perhaps oddly soft. It's not insanely bright in here or anything. You guys can make a history or arcana check if you would like.
That's a 1 from Rusty.
I've got a 20 in history.
I rolled twice, but my first is 14.
Your first was, what'd you say, 14? Was that history or arcana?
It's history.
16 arcana.
Okay, all right. The history check, which I'd say both Hashana and Foundbell passed, tells you that Harith, who made this district, particularly designed this building off of his visions of Fernia, the plane of fire, a place that he almost certainly never visited himself. What were the numbers, 14 and 16?
I had a 20.
You had a 20. With a 20, you in particular, Thomvel, while you have certainly never been to Fernia yourself, you have one of the few notable locations that might be known to someone who had at least been a passing interest in the plane of fire, a metropolis in Fernia known as the City of Brass, controlled predominantly by the Afriki, essentially fire genies, I guess. With your Arcana check, Devoka, you know that these flames that are all over the tavern are magical in nature. They bear no heat. This is the continual flame spell. They are for decoration, and they pose no threat to any of the patrons in the King of Flame.
Okay.
So is there like a bar kind of area? This is like
oh
is
yes,
it like a gambling den?
Yes, there is quite a lot of activity here. There is absolutely a bar area, although the main floor is arranged with several tables that have they're sort of like poker tables, I guess, hexagonal, or yeah, I think that's standard, with different sides, sort of felted countertops, right, where cards or dice can be rolled. And you can see that there is activity. There's always activity at the King of Flame. People tossing dice or playing cards. And there is a low hum of activity for sure. It is well into the night. This is the busy time for a tavern or an inn like this.
Do I remember what time of year the Race of the Eight Winds is, and whether that is upcoming in the near future?
It happened recently, actually, perhaps 4 months ago.
All right.
I'll say that you were not in attendance.
That's fair. I was probably traveling. I will find a nearby table and sit at an empty seat.
Sure. Yeah, you guys can take a table.
I will place my hand, I guess. I don't know how much I know of the etiquette here, but I'm assuming that I have some kind of like nonverbal signal to say deal me in.
Oh, you're talking about like a gambling table. You want to
yes.
play? Oh,
yes.
Yeah, sure. You can find a spot with a dealer at it where there's 2 or 3 others. You see sort of a man with a bit of a sour look on his face. You see a dwarven woman who's kind of struggling to sit up straight so that she can get a better view of the table as she peers up from her seat. And the dealer who is standing, in fact, on top of a stool behind the table, a halfling who, as you sit down, says, "Dealing a new one in?" And
at least one. I look back to the party.
Go ahead and make it 2.
Sure. And he'll throw out some cards. He said it's at least 5 silver for the buy-in. Table limit is 2 gold.
I'll throw a gold in.
2 gold.
I'm gonna go up to Voka and Thamvel and say, I thought we were here to look for a person.
Yes, we are.
Yes, this is part of the process. You see, we, ice break or slow roll.
Slow roll. And I sit down as well. and I have 29 gold left, and I put it all on the table.
This is too much.
Sir, the table limit is 2 gold.
Oh, apologies. And I take it, put it back, and I put 2 gold out.
Hashana also sits down and puts her money in front.
How much would you like to bet, Hashana?
Just 1 gold.
Okay. So I believe I have 1, 1, and 2 and 2, correct?
That's correct.
Think so. Operating in a roughly clockwise fashion for me. I guess it's, hold on, 1. It doesn't, the way I see it doesn't appear the same on the stream. For all you people watching at home, that's 1, 2, 2, 1.
Hashana and Thomvel have bet 1 gold.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Actually, it does appear. I don't know. All right. Either way. Anyways, you are all dealt in, and you can see the dwarven woman perk up. The table was kind of dead before, but now you guys just filled it up. She's like, and you guys just put a bunch of money in too. So the pot is already up to I'd say 7 gold with them included as well. So she kind of perks up as the hand is dealt. I didn't expect you all. I guess you guys are technically all gambling against each other at this point. Is anybody here proficient in gambling sets?
Nah.
You are?
I have one. I do not know about proficient.
Let's find out. Luckily for you, yours is the one character sheet that I actually have open. For tools under your character sheet, I see I won't give it away. I see not a gambling set. I see something else. You have a tool set that you are proficient in, which really just surprised the shit out of me, to be honest.
That's what you should be.
But anyone,
is this a dice game? Because I am proficient at dice.
If your character sheet says dice set, I think it's really dumb that 5e splits every gaming set into separate proficiencies. If you're proficient with dice sets, in my opinion, all gambling sets should be 1 set. So I consider you proficient in gambling.
I feel like being proficient in dice means you're proficient in probability and odds, which means yes, exactly. You're proficient in gambling.
Right.
Good at number crunching.
So you are proficient. Here's what you can all do. You can all make charisma checks. Only Rusty is proficient. So all of you will be making a flat charisma check, except for Rusty, who will add 2 to that. And I guess the other 2 should make 1 as well.
Volker has paid charisma. Volker has much charisma. Volker,
yeah. I got a 21.
22 with bonus.
Oh,
I think I rolled the wrong.
Yeah, make sure you're hitting the ability score, not the saving throw. But in this case, doesn't matter. I got a 9. Hashana probably got like a 5.
Yeah, it's fine. Wow. Okay, so in the first, as I am inventing this game on the fly, in the first round, the first couple of people to fold are inevitably Hashana and Thomvel backing out. You see when you 2 fold your cards, the other 2, the strangers who are sitting there, kind of perk up at like you all who just sat down just put in the most gold on the bet, probably because you're weekenders. Whereas these guys, they spend all day in here. They can't afford to put down a gold on every hand. So when you guys sit down and you're having fun and you just blow the pot up, they're like, oh heck yeah, let's make some money. So this is
a business expense for us.
So the 2 of you fold out, and then that's when they sit up and they're like, we have a chance to take this 7 gold pot. And by the way, 7 gold is not nothing.
This fat stack. It's like $350.
Okay.
I equate 1 gold piece to $50 in my head.
That's probably reasonable. What I have learned is that it's a fool's errand to try and make sense of the D&D economy. So I don't think about it too hard. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't think about it that hard because you just end up with more questions. Anyways, the two of you fold out. Everybody else stands up. In the following hand, the cards are dealt out. You can hear the dealer with an inappropriate level of drama, kind of saying, "We have the Squire of Water, the 5 of Earth, the 6 of Flame," and you kind of see the one man kind of pushes cards forward. The dwarf woman pushes a little bit more coin forward. She pushes in another 5 silver.
Da. I bulge muscle a little bit and put in. If at this point we can add more, I put in 2 gold.
Yeah, you can raise. This is roughly poker, I guess. You can raise. That means that she's going to have to match another gold and a half, which is and you're going to have to match 2, Rusty. Would you like to put in another 2?
I would also like to take opportunity to talk shit, as it were. Like, you're sure that you can play with me at this table now?
I like lean in closer to Devoka. Is this part of the slow roll?
Yeah.
Put 2 more gold.
As this is happening, I'll lean over to the man. Is he older? I forget.
You talking about the gambler?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who folded with Hashanah and I, and I'll like curse under my breath, sympathetically, and I'll say to him, almost like whispering, but not really. I'll say, "By the way, did you catch the race 4 months ago? I couldn't because I was traveling."
Of course I did. You missed a good one. Real upstart.
Upstart? Who?
Well, I mean, of course, the hippogriff took it. It's always either the hippogriff or the Pegasus, isn't it?
Was Raziel in attendance? I am a fan.
That was the
I follow
subject.
him. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
Well, that was the subject of controversy. You really didn't hear about this.
I'm sorry. I have been out of town until very recently. Tell me what happened.
Well, Raziel made a real mess of it. Meanwhile, while he's talking to you, the cards are coming down. Rusty, you put in the gold, so you raise by 2. The dwarf puts in another 1.5. I believe altogether this puts us at 7 plus 6, 13 for the pot. 2 more cards come down. The 6 of water and the Queen of air. Volca, at this point, you have 3 6s. There are already 2 6s on the table, and you have 1 in your hand.
Okay. I look very pleased with myself and say, "Ah, I look very intimidating when I do."
Are you doing anything with the money? With the pot?
At this point, I will add 2 more gold. I say this seems fair. Everybody should add more money. Loka likes money.
You can see the dwarven lady kind of. She kind of strokes her chin. There's a little bit of a beard there. She strokes that. She's like,
Do not be shy, friend. Loka will do good things with the money that you put. Mostly drink.
She'll push 2 gold forward. She'll kind of, you see her like wringing her hands. She's real nervous. It's like a big deal for her. She'll look to you. Rusty, you gotta call or raise.
I thought the minimum was 2, so can I raise it or do I?
That's the maximum. The maximum is the maximum opening bet.
Yeah, and then every
I think that's roughly how this works. Yeah. It means that you can never. It means that you can never raise by more than 2, which basically means that you can't raise at this point because he's already raised by the maximum amount. I think that's how it works, right?
Yeah, if he meets ante, then he has to put in 2.
So you can only call at this point. You can't raise further because he's already raised by the maximum amount, which is 2. That's what it means if the table limit is 2 gold.
I'm gonna push in 2 gold coins and say, statistically, I will win this hand. Can I roll intimidation on that?
I mean, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, according to the rules of the game, I don't think anybody can fold at this point.
I got a 5.
Yeah, well, good, because yeah, everybody kind of looks at you. The dwarf lady kind of looks at you and is like, she's not really feeling it. And the dealer says, "All right, that's it. Turn them over."
I reveal my cards.
You turn over the 6 of one of the ones I didn't say before. Earth. I don't remember which 2 I said, but you reveal a hand of 3 6s. The dwarf woman turns over the King of Air, showing that she has a pair of kings, as well as she has a 2 pair because there are 2 6s on the board. Rusty, you have a nonsensical hand of something that is probably nothing. You have a high. You have the high.
The jack high.
Yeah, I don't know. You have the mark of Earth or whatever. The ace. That's it. Like, Volka, you are able to pull forward, I believe. So you got a second round of 6 gold put into the pile, which means total was 19. However, 6 of that altogether was your own money. So your profit is 13 gold. Is that correct?
Da. I will do many good things with this. I will drink to your health.
There you go. That's big winnings. Very nice. Meanwhile, Thamvel, you are chatting with this guy. And he says, well, I mean, I really only just heard the highlights. I really want to talk shop with you. And you can tell he's pretty inebriated. He's barely even, he's not really paying attention. Luckily for him, he folded early. So he's not terribly concerned with the loss that just happened. Meanwhile, the dwarven woman is cursing under her breath and like she bangs the table in frustration because she actually had a pretty solid hand. And he's just kind of going on. I mean, if you really want to know, talk to the expert. Well, the owner here, he used to be a racer himself.
Owner of the bar, you mean?
Yeah, totally. His name's Locke.
I had no idea. What did he race?
Oh, he rode the glide wing.
Fascinating. I'll have a word with him.
Yeah, he'll point him out. Yeah, Lot's always here. He's always just... He'll point to the bar where you can see a halfling man, a little bit deep into his middle age. He a little bit of a silver fox. And he'll say, let's talk to him. I mean, he's been out of the game for a little while now, but I mean, he runs this place. This is the best spot for fans of the race and all of Dura. I mean, He knows everybody.
Thank you. Then I shall have a word with him. Good playing.
I mean, I don't think we did that good, but
Can't win them all.
luck will be coming around.
This is good. I leave 1 silver piece on table for dealer and then make my way to bar.
I'll stand up and follow Devoka.
Shauna also follows, hoping to get a drink from the bartender because this is all new to her.
Yeah. In fact, what do you think? How much drinking do you think Pashana's done?
Probably very little, unless it has to do with a ceremony.
Right. Perfect. You all sit down at the bar. You're greeted by the woman behind it. Perhaps to no one's surprise, those in the industry of hospitality tend to be halflings. And a woman will greet you. Say, can't say I've seen you all here before. My name's Kella. We take care of you. Something I can get for you here.
I'm thinking out of game of like a gin equivalent.
Oh.
Would gin be a thing?
Something
Something very sharp but herbal.
I would say that there are liqueurs that are distilled.
Yes.
From flowers, herbal liqueurs.
Right.
Yeah.
I will come up with a name of my favorite one of these things, but for the moment, I will say I'll point at a bottle that has like a green label on it and say, "On the rocks, please."
Oh, kaftai. Yeah, of course. As she pours a glass of it actually looks kind of milky. It's an opaque liquid, and as you taste it, it has floral notes, but it also tastes nutty, kind of like almond. Actually, there's a little bit of a sweetness to it. And you've had this before. It is used. It's perhaps rarely drinking straight the way that you are doing it, although some people do like it that way. It is often used as a mixing liqueur because it has strong flavors, unique flavors of floral and nutty profiles.
Nothing wrong with an almond base. How much?
Well, it's a silver.
I'll throw down a silver and an extra silver.
Oh, thank you, she'll say, pulling the coins forward. Anyone want to try the house specialty? You can only get it here at the King of Flame. Burn and brew.
Burning Blue is sale. No, I think maybe I have Nightwood Pale instead. You have this, yes?
Nightwood Pale? Sure. That's like a beer?
It's the Carnathi beer.
Gotcha. Yeah, for sure. I could spend a second looking through these things. Yeah, she'll go ahead and pour you. She'll pour you a sort of like a wheat beer. That's what a pale. What does it mean if an ale is pale? What makes an ale pale? What? What distinguishes?
Like amber in color and has more hoppy flavor, I guess.
Yeah.
More hoppy, less malty.
Yeah. So she gives you a particularly a bitter brew, as is the style in Karnath. How about
Shauna doesn't know. What?
She's looking at you. She's looking right at you.
Shauna doesn't know what to do, so she just says, "I'll have what he's having."
Sure. Another ale. And she'll pour it out. You take a sip of this, and It is, yeah. Yeah, it is like, it's the first time you've drank something like this. You've definitely had probably a little wine at the temple. I mean, drinking isn't really part of ceremonies at the Temple of the Gathering Light, but you have a little wine here and there. I mean, you guys aren't allergic to a little fun. So you tasted a little before. This is not that. It's like somehow at the same time it's both watery and flavorless, but also shockingly bitter. And you're like, ugh.
Do I notice her grimacing?
Are you hiding it, Hashana? Nah. Yeah, you do.
I'll look over to her and tilt my head a little bit and then slide my glass her way and say, here, try this.
Shauna is very thankful and tries it. Much to her surprise, it tastes much better. And quickly asks the bartender for an exchange.
You know, I'll give you one, but that one's on the house, because I don't normally replace a drink that after you've drank off of it, but fine, I'll pour you a different one. That's 1 silver, and for you, she says, pointing at Voka, that's 6 copper.
Okay, I will pay. I give her the 6 copper. I say, you need me to take the other one too? I would be happy to drink.
Sounds good by me. So, what brings you here? Here for the games?
We'll continue to play shortly, but I couldn't help but notice that Lot appears to be out tonight.
Oh, came for my old man, huh? That's my
Just
husband.
a quick catch up. It's been a while.
Oh, sure. What are you looking for?
Wanted
Look,
to
you're
chat
not
with
solicitor,
him.
Rosaria. He doesn't like to do business when he's enjoying a drink.
Oh, nothing of the sort. I only wish to catch up about the races for a moment.
Oh.
I was out of town when they last occurred.
Well, Lot always likes to talk about the races. I'm sure he'll be happy to entertain you. And she'll do you a favor. Look, don't even worry about it. No, she says. He goes, oh, what? She says, come here. These people, they want to meet you. They want to talk to you. He goes, all right, I'm coming. And he'll get up. And he's another halfling man. He'll kind of hop down off of his bar stool, which is sensibly a little bit higher. It's a little bit higher than halflings would like, but a sensible business choice. While the owners might be halfling, they know that their crowd might be halfling, but probably aren't. So he kind of hops down and walks up, sticks his hand out, goes, Raska, how can I help you?
First, I smile big and nod at the bartender woman by way of thanks, and then I will tepidly, I guess, reach out my hand to Lot and say, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Thomvel.
Ah, pleasure, Mr. Mel. Mr. Harasko.
These are my friends, Hashana, Devoka, and what was it? Rusty?
It's Rusty. And I bow to Lot and I speak to him in halfling and say, greetings, I am Rusty.
He looks surprised and he goes, and he responds to you in halfling and he goes, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rusty. I wasn't expecting such a cordial...
Say it again?
He says, I wasn't expecting such a cordial introduction.
I'm here on behalf of Rosalind. My friends request words with you.
He kind of looks at you and goes, Rosalind who?
I'm very confused because I assume that everyone knows Rosalind.
I'm leering at Rusty because I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah, there's a conversation going on back and forth that quickly took off. To your guys' probably big shock to see this Warforged speaking in Halfling.
We are here on behalf of House Galanda on a mission, and we would like your assistance. Please speak to my friends.
Goes,
Show him like the pin of House Galanda.
He goes,
Like trying to get him in that way.
You're working with the house. My wife is a member. She's marked too. Oh, don't know why he didn't say so. And he'll look to everyone and return to common as he says, "Oh, what can I help you with? Now, I'm going to be right up front. I don't give odds on the next race. That's not my job here. If you want to talk about odds, you can talk to a bookie, all right? He'll take your bets. If you want to shoot the shit, I'll discuss it."
Well, you're in luck then, because we are here to talk to you about not a future race, but a past race.
Oh. Well, which one's that? I've been in the game for some 20 years.
Most recent one, in fact. I was out of
Oh.
town when it happened. I had been following one of the racers named
Raziel.
Raziel.
Raziel. I had heard that there was an event of import involving him, and I wanted to ask you what you knew about it.
Yes, I have to say it was great disappointment, actually. Raziel showed a lot of promise, but, well, this year I'm not really sure what happened. It was quite unfortunate. His mount seemed to completely fail. Died, plummeted out of the sky. Halfway through the
died?
race.
And what kind of mount is this?
Oh, Raziel rode the Griffon.
Suddenly, I stare off at the distance and seem preoccupied for a moment.
Kind of looks at you a little funny. He says, "You said you were a fan of his. Everyone knows he flies the Griffon. He won just the year before. First time the Griffon's run in over a decade."
There are a few racers that I follow. I'm sorry, my memory just got mixed up a little bit.
Make a deception check.
I made an 11 deception.
He looks at you and says, Sure. There's a lot to follow."
What happened after his mount fell out of the sky? Was he harmed?
Well, all the riders carry tokens with them, so Raziel himself was fine, but it's practically unheard of. Whole spot in the race being taken out like that. I mean, so suddenly, at least. I mean, seeing someone taken out is, well, it's part of the races. Everyone's vying against each other. They take their shots and whatnot. But he had pulled ahead early. He was leading the race. Then
no one knows what happened to his Griffon?
That's what happened.
And there was no impact, no
just to give a little more context. I want to take a step back for a second because I know not everybody knows jack shit about the race. Would we like to maybe make I'll say history or survival as you guys check to see how familiar you guys are with the race of the 8 Winds?
Sure.
I mean, you can just ask him directly as well, but let's take a step back and get a little more context because
Yeah, I got a 5, so I don't know anything again.
That's
I
okay.
only got an 8 on this.
Okay.
I got a 23 in survival.
Boom. How about you, Voka?
13.
13. You're 13, and Famvel, I believe you already passed a check earlier when we were talking about the King of Flame. That indicates that you are aware of the race of the Eight Winds. So you might have rolled low here, but you're already aware. With your 13, Voka, I'll clue you into some of the basics. You know that this is an annual event. And you know that this is held specifically here in Harris Folly in Dura. I'll say with your 23, Shauna, despite being an acolyte in the Temple of the Gathering Light, you are in fact a resident of Dura, of Upper Dura. And therefore, it actually does make sense that you are intimately aware of the race. For the Race of the Eight Winds is specifically a local pride to the Dura quarter. There are, I believe it's called the Race of the Eight Winds because there are 8 different racers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, that is correct. There are 8 different racers, each of which represents 2 of the districts in Dura. So for you, and let's see, for you, the racer each year that represents the Overlook district is the Hippogriff. So it is probably the one that you would know about the most. The Hippogriff is almost certainly ridden by one of the members of the Sharn Watch. After all, the Sharn Watch has an outpost called Dagger Watch in Upper Dura. Well, in Dura, I'm not sure if it's Upper Dura, but there's a district called Dagger Watch, and the 2 districts that are represented by the Hippogriff are Dagger Watch and Overlook. So at any occasion when you personally have watched the races, you're probably rooting for the Hippogriff, as the entire nature of it is it's an affair of local pride where people root for the racer that represents their district. Now, you know that the Hippogriff and the Pegasus are generally the shoe-in winners of the race, but there are many others, and the interesting part of the race comes in the politicking that goes on in the year leading up to the race, where various of these mounts and the riders of them will sort of negotiate, because some of these are intelligent creatures, like the Gargoyle, for example, who represents Malian's Gate and Fallen. It's an intelligent creature. So this Gargoyle will literally be out there wheeling and dealing, trying to make plans on how to win the race, because he's literally not as fast as the Pegasus. So he's got to come up with something to win the race. Now, you also know that as a general affair, and I would say that I would say Famvel with your earlier check, Devoka, and everybody but Rusty knows the basic information, which is that there are 8 contestants. They each represent various areas of Dura, and you're allowed to attack each other. The mounts can attack each other, and they are offered crossbows with poisons, but these are not like lethal, powerful poisons. They're more like meant to dull the mounts' like reaction time and stuff. It's not meant to kill. It's meant to slow and offer an advantage, right? So the idea of a mount outright dying and plummeting to the ground, big affair.
What does anyone know what has become of Raziel since the incident?
Well, sure. I mean, he's been in here plenty of times since then. He retired almost immediately, but still got a love of the game. Comes in and talks shop, sees his fans here. And he does have fans. He was the champion the year before, you know. His first year on the field, too. A lot of people looked at him as a rising star. Now people are wondering if he's even going to return next year. Now I happen to know the lad personally. Not sure that he will.
No, he's fallen on hard times then.
You could say that. Left the watch at the same time, too. Really shook him up, I think, losing like that.
Forgive me asking, but how do you know him personally?
Oh, well, Raziel's always been here at the King. He's always loved the races. That's why he joined the watch in the first place.
What were there any new racers or mounts in attendance at the race where Raziel's Griffon died mysteriously?
Well, jockeys change from year to year. Pretty regular affair. As far as new mounts, a couple of years ago, Fallen Malian, they used to have a giant bat who represented their districts. It's the Gargoyle now. Prologue is his name. No jockey there. I suppose you could say he's new on the scene, but he's been around for a few years. Specifically for this last race, well, I suppose the Goldwings like to give whoever their favored captain of the year is the seat of honor to fly in the race. But aside from that, mostly old contenders. Pruitt's still flying for Rattlestone in the bazaar.
Who were the Goldwings?
Well, Raziel was a Goldwing, actually, though he didn't fly for them. Interesting thing about Raziel. Joined the watch because he knew it was probably the only way a poor old elf like him could get any training, aerial and handling beasts like that. So he joined the Goldwings, which is a branch of the Sharnmatch, aerial mounted division. Got his training, got sponsored by them to fly in the race. Raziel. That's a man of character right there. Refused to fly the Hippogriff. Said he would only represent his own district. Old Keep. So, he took the Griffon instead. Now, a lot of people say the only reason he won last year is because, well, the good old boy at the Sharnmatch. So, between him and the Hippogriff working together, well, maybe that's why he made it.
You don't think the watch would have been bitter at his taking the victory that year?
Not at all. It's practically, look, scheming and politicking is half the fun of the race of the year. People make alliances. Now, I think it was, to a certain extent, negotiated that they'd be working together. But Raziel on the back of that Griffon, he took the Pegasus out early in the race. The only way to catch the Pegasus, you've got to get him early or he's far too far ahead for you to ever catch up to him. Right out of the gate, he latched onto him, took his claws, raked it down his back, took the Pegasus out. Now, I think that made a mark. That's just one old man's opinion. But I think after he proved himself that one, whoever was flying the Hippogriff, I think he knew. Probably held back a little. Let old Raziel pull up in front. After all, the race is... well, it's about telling a story, isn't it?
I would imagine so. Given the recent events, seems there is quite a story being told well past the race.
Mm.
Was there a Drake in attendance?
Dragonling? No. Gargoyle, eagle, glidewing, griffin, hawk, giant hawk, hippogriff, owl, Pegasus.
The giant
That's it.
owl?
Of course. In fact, well, that's Fruit. He's not really just an owl, is he? And you can all make a history check to see if the name Fruit means anything to you.
Only a 6 for me.
11.
13.
I'm sorry, 13?
13.
$21.
Nice. Yeah, Hashana, you've heard the name Pruitt before. That is to perhaps to your surprise. Well, no, we already established you're a fan of the races too. Pruitt is perhaps the most popular member of Town Council. He represents Middle Dura and is also a racer in the 8 Winds. He is a giant. But with your 21, you know that he's actually a druid who vastly enjoys spending his time in the form of a giant owl.
Ooh. It's funny because owl make noise.
Very humorous.
Lot, thank you for your time. I have one more question. When is the last time Raziel has been here? When have you seen him last?
Oh, well, he's found new company, I think, lately. Yeah. I haven't seen him in a bit, to be honest with you. But, well, I sure hope he'll return next year, but between you and me, I think maybe he took that loss a little hard.
Well, maybe we can talk him back into it.
You guys are just betters, I take it? He says, kind of looking at you all. Little bit of squinting of the eyes.
I am known to gamble. I would like to talk to this man so that I could reminisce.
I wouldn't want to send someone after Raziel for the wrong reasons. Now, a couple of fans of the race.
Some of us have reasons to search for Raziel that do not involve sports betting.
No, but not me. I am big in sports. You may know me. I am Devoka. You know, I play Razak. You know?
But neither are our reasons to wish any harm upon him or bring any harm upon him.
He kind of puts his hand up as you start talking to him, Thamville, and he goes, wait a second, and he's looking at both of them. He goes, hold on a minute. He kind of calls out, he goes, "Blah!" and you hear a voice, he goes, what? He goes, "Blah, for a second." And you see this this big man come out, you see like fur jutting off of his shoulders and kind of coming from his face, and there's a little bit of a hint of like fangs kind of hanging out. And he goes, "Why not? You sky?" And he goes, "That's you play for the Strikers, right?"
Ah, Devoka!
Volga, I saw you. I've seen you on the covers. Yeah. You know I lost a lot of money over you.
Well, you know, Oh, these things, they happen. You bet on wrong man, yeah?
Yeah, I guess I did. Didn't realize Volka was going to burn it out like that. Lay it on the table.
And he'll clap you on the shoulder.
Yeah, this is all true. This is how I am. This is how I play.
And Lot will kind of laugh and kind of look between you both and go, gosh, I lost his voice. I totally lost it. I didn't realize that I was dealing with another player. I should have known I follow Razak, but only in a passing situation. I'm always watching the lads playing it and or watching it on the screens, but I only follow it in a passing way. Should have known. Well, listen, I didn't know I had a captain here in the King of Flame. You know, really, we should try to get more action for Razak viewing here in the King of Flame. I tried to talk to him, but well,
You know, it's amazing game. You should, lots of money to be made. I'm a big fan of the races too, but honestly, with my build and who I am, need something more physical.
Well, you certainly look like a good specimen. And the other shifter says,
Of course he is. Look at him. Cost me 10 gold this motherfucker did.
It's okay. More games, bet on me, win all back.
Couldn't believe the last goal. Your runner brought it right in.
The Frostrain is very good at what she do.
That's her name. The field team. Very cool. Oh, I've seen her. She can play. Well, my misfortune, your success.
Oh, anyway, it's good. But we were looking for Raziel. I wanted to talk to him. Competitor, different sport, but maybe we have things to talk about.
and Lot will kind of nod his head. I think Devoka, I think you're while some of you are fans of the race, I think Devoka, you've actually got a unique in. Make a persuasion check with advantage, Devoka.
Come on.
17. Okay. And he'll kind of look at the boar lot, and he'll say, "All right, go on." Sorry. All right, go on, get out of here. Come on, I'll get you a drink later. I struggle with switching between voices.
You have to live with this accent for the rest of campaign.
Yeah, whole campaign. and he'll look at you and he says, "Look, I am not sure what you're looking for Ozzy out for, but he's a local boy and he's always been a good one. Whole reason he flew the Griffon is because that's his district, Old Keep, where he grew up. It's where he still stays today, at least last I heard. Not sure what he's gotten mixed up in. Last time I saw him, I was a bit jittery, had the stain."
Well, circumstances, it's hard not to maybe lose sense of self after failure. But he could come back.
It's just such a shame to see. He came up from one of the lower wards, worked with the Watch, champion. First time in a long time the Griffon won, And to see him... Last time he came in here, he played some dice, he could barely hold them right. It's sad. Maybe you can help him out. Stays on the battlements, an old keep. Moved up to the top after he won. Good purse for the race.
Okay, maybe we can help.
I hope so. I hope so. Well, anyways. How about around that old lot for the lot of you, huh?
Ah!
Yeah. What do you think? You want the specialty? Burn and brew. Can't get it anywhere else.
Burn and brew!
If
So-
anything, I feel like we're in your debt, but I wouldn't turn it down.
Ah, please. You know this is my bar, right? Barely cost me anything. As he
Very
winks
well.
at it, as he winks at his wife on the other side of the bar, who will kind of give him a smile and say, 4 burn and brews, then. If you don't mind. And she'll pour she'll set out 4 mugs and then bring out a bottle of what looks definitely to be like a dark gold kind of orangish liquor, definitely hard liquor, as she kind of pours across the 4 of them. And then she takes she'll kind of reach towards one of those fixtures, one of those braziers, those brass things that has the continual flame, and she'll pull a sort of, I don't know, like a twig, wand, maybe you want to call it, whatever. It's a small thing that's clearly sitting there in the fixture. She'll pull it out, and you can see the flame on top of it as she goes across tops of the mugs and sets them on fire. You can see it and blast up like a little bit of a flare of blue flame until it kind of settles down, and there's just kind of flickering across the surface of this drink. You can kind of see a dull, soft blue flame there.
I suppose this should go out to Raziel and his inevitable return to the race.
Ah.
First he takes it and says, to Raziel, but he can't actually drink, so he's just gonna like pour it like down his front, like you kind of, some goes in his mouth hole and you can kind of see it through his body, kind of like trickling onto the floor.
Yeah, fire now pours down your chest. As it it just pours down the front of you between your legs. Luckily, it is choked out just kind of naturally by the alcohol evaporating pretty quickly as it's exposed to that much air. The rest of you? Question mark?
I will hold the glass up, and then in a split-second decision, I'll lean over to Hashana and whisper in her ear, and I'll say, "Take it down your throat quickly. Don't let it touch your tongue." And then I'll shoot it.
Thankful for that advice, Hashana blows out the flame and chucks it down her throat. Well, the whole liquid, not the fire.
The very cool thing, no problem.
Okay. The 3 of you can go ahead and make Constitution saving throws for me.
$17, no problem.
I got a 6.
You got a 6? What
No,
did
she
you
got
get, Cosmo?
16. I got 4.
16. Okay, very good. All right. Famvel, as you down this thing, you tried to blow out the flame and you thought you did, but clearly some little element of it was still there. As you drink this down your gullet, you can feel not just the burning of hard liquor and whiskey going down your throat, but an actual burning flame as this thing is like, you're like, as this goes down your throat. You take 1, you're lucky, good for you. You take 1 point of fire damage from drinking this. Now, Hashana and And Volca, you fare a little bit better. While there is certainly a punch to this drink as it goes down, you can feel the heat in your chest. However, you sort of suppress it and you kind of... and you can literally feel your own breath is hot as it comes back out. This is a hell of a drink. For either of you, at one point in the next 24 hours... you have access to a breath weapon attack of fire, one use. Which I could give you the specifics for, but I'll tell you when it happens.
Okay. This is, talking to my beard, this is good drink.
Yeah, you can just kind of feel the heat lingering in your belly, and you just kind of get the impression that maybe if you burped hard enough, it all just come back out. All right, and as you kind of say, "Oh, good drink," the barkeep Kella says, "That's a rough one." You know, we make a pretty good penny selling it to House Fjarlin. They like to use it in some of their performances, fire breathing and the sort.
I'm like doubled over wheezing, but trying to play it off real cool, and I'm like, I'll like bring my hand up to my throat, and there'll be a slight green glow, and I'll heal the point of fire damage.
Okay.
I'll try to do that as subtly as possible, so it's not obvious that I literally freaking burned my esophagus. But
yeah, I think when healing yourself with lay on hands, it's a pretty it's more, and it's only 1 point. So I think this is more you just kind of regaining your composure and sort of suppressing the need to continue your racking coughing fit. Just getting control of yourself a little bit and just kind of okay, I'm good. Thomville, you're okay. Good.
Getting it together.
Kinda.
And then of course I'll tap on Hashana's shoulder and be like, "You did good. you good, Hashana."
Oh, it's very good. Too bad, normally you need beard to pull on after drink, but obviously not a problem.
Trying not to gag, Hashana also taps Samfel.
Very good. Alrighty. Are there any last orders of business in the King of Flame? Because I think we are actually well overdue for another break. We went a really long time since the last one. We're super overdue for a break.
Let's just take a break and then we head to, I write down, town battlements at Old Keep. Track down fellow.
That's correct. The battlements in Old Keep. Alrighty, shall we take a break, or is there any last orders of business here? All right.
The only thing is, Rusty's going to make a deep bow to the bartender and the guy. Just super respectful, super courteous, as always.
Yeah, Lot and Kella will kind of look at you and say, Kella particularly will say, "Well, you're a formal sort, but we're all here having fun at the King of Flame. You can relax, you don't have to fold yourself in half on our account."
Though it would be a sight to behold.
And I thought I was the halfling. Look at this one. I kid. They all seem like a decent sort. Come back anytime.
We'll return with the word of Raziel. Then it'll be around on us. How's that?
That would be much appreciated. And Lot will look at you and say, "Aye, indeed, yeah. He's got tons of fans still waiting here. We all want to see we all love to see him in race again this year."
We'll try not to keep them waiting.
Hmm. I hope not. Well, let me know, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Okay.
Farewell.
I like to think that after a certain point of time, every NPC in the world will just eventually shoo you out of the room. Go, do something. No, I'm kidding. All right, we'll go ahead and take our break here. We went really long before the previous break, so I think we can actually. Well, let's go on break and then we'll discuss it. All right, we will be back momentarily. To everyone who's watching, please stay tuned. If you can't stay tuned, don't forget that you can see the full episode uploaded to YouTube later this week. So don't forget to check that out. And we will be back shortly. Thank you. Alrighty, we are back. So, after learning much of the history of Raziel, a young elf and apparent local popular figure in the race of the Eight Winds in Dura, the party has established where his apartments are in the district of Old Keep, which is in Lower Dura. And you guys can make your way there. In fact, just in general about Old Keep, you guys can make a history check, I think.
I have a 15 history.
About 5.
7. And Hashanah.
I got a 17.
Very good. I will say that Thomville and Hashanah, you're aware that Old Keep is called such because in the past, the Sharn Watch actually used to be based in Lower Dura. Old Keep was once a fortress of sorts where the watch was based out of, and a lot of training went on there. So in time, as the city expanded, the watch has moved to, and they have many outposts throughout the city, but particularly Dagger Watch in Middle Dura and other locations in other districts. Old Keep was abandoned as a military, as a civic outpost, and was instead converted into housing. So it is an old fortress that has become a complex of apartments, housing many of the poorest, in fact, who live in Lower Dura.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, is it rustic lofts for the wealthy yuppies of Sharn, or
Not
no?
at all. Not at all. It's people shoved into nondescript military housings that are not. I mean, they're serviceable. Frankly, well, you'll see when you get there. But frankly, in Lower Dura, living in a fort, maybe not the worst choice you can make.
Friend Vel, I am concerned. You spend so much time making Raziel look good, and now I worry. He deals with Karnathi. He may end up zombie.
He could end up a zombie, you say, for
Yeah.
dealing with the Karnathi.
They are known to do this, yeah?
I have seen it. I have seen the zombies.
And they do this to
Yeah, they use them
just
to-
about anyone, I suppose.
I mean, I fought one recently. At Carnathy Place, actually.
Great, then perhaps we should hurry along and ensure that this does not happen to Raziel.
Just saying, prepare yourself, just in case.
Very well. Thank you for the warning.
Thomvel, you can make a religion or history check, specifically. Hashana, you can do this as well.
I made a religion of 12.
Sure.
I'm sorry, you said history or religion?
Yeah, your choice.
I rolled a 19 in religion.
Very nice. Thomvel, as it is relatively common knowledge, and especially with your lengthy observation of the events of the last war, you know that Karnath turned to the blood of Vol, a religion that utilized necromancy to help bolster the military forces of Karnath during the last war. Hashana, as an acolyte, you have at least been mildly educated in the other religions of Corvair, and you know that while the blood of Vol does practice necromancy, it is not a venerated practice. It is perhaps accepted amongst them more so than any other religion, but you know that they do not worship undeath. They do not desire undeath. They view it more as a utilitarian option. It is common knowledge amongst most people in Eberron that there is a link between Karnath and necromancy. So it should come as no surprise, these comments about the zombieism. So, you make your way from the King of Flame in Middledura, and all you have to do is go down roughly just one. You are in Paris Folly right now, and you are headed to Old Keep. Again, it's not a terrible distance. You can take a lift down, moving vertically into the lower wards of the Gate of Gold, and then directly adjacent to that is Old Keep. To those of you who were not already familiar with Old Keep, it may come as a surprise as you approach the district to see high walls of stone, perhaps 60 to 80 feet tall, surrounding at least the inner part of the district. It is not the old Charnwatch fortress is not necessarily the entirety of the district. It is certainly expanded with small markets and other housing, quite shoddy. But passing towards a gate with a raised portcullis, but to even see a portcullis, it's almost a cultural shock to think of a gated community in Lower Dura, one of the most dangerous districts of the city. This is perhaps, as I said before, one of the safer options that you could pick living in Lower Dura. It's nice to have big walls around you. And as you approach and this high wall, you guys can make a perception check.
18.
Nat 20, baby.
Very nice.
I got
19 perception.
Very good.
I got a 5.
Hashana, you are perhaps distracted taking in the sights, but the rest of you look up towards the top of these walls, perhaps expecting to see guards and crossbows and people on patrol for these are fortress walls. But instead, what you see is mostly unattended, a few peasants essentially wandering the top of these battlements. One woman you see is hanging laundry from a line attached from one crenellation on the wall to the other as she beats the dust out of it.
Thomvel stops abruptly on the side of the road, a ways from the portcullis, and does this.
Kind of takes a look.
I have to. This is my only chance. I'd look to Thomvel and seeing him doing this, and I say, what do your elven eyes see?
They see a pleasant juxtaposition. More could be done with it, though. They should allow the walls to be overgrown. They clearly serve no defensive purpose.
There are no guards here. We should be wary.
The woman with the beating, she's very fierce, yeah? Maybe not need guard.
Perhaps not. Though, I feel we might fare better with no guards around, don't you say?
This is true. Perhaps, yeah.
Then again, we will need to ask someone where Raziel's apartment is.
You have been told that that he resides in the battlements, but none of you being residences of Old Keep. I'm not sure if you know exactly what that means, but you could ask around.
Perhaps someone would like to take their chances with the woman doing laundry? Thomvel looks at Voka.
I take a long look at Thomvel's clothing and note that it's very, very clean. And say, I suppose I will do this.
Now, she's up on a wall like 80 feet above you, and paying you no mind.
I will yell up, no, I will not do this. Is anybody around, perhaps on the street?
Sure. There are absolutely, now it's later in the night, and this is predominantly a residential district, so I wouldn't say there's a ton of foot traffic, but you are in the city that never sleeps. Sean, the city of Talis. There's always going to be passerbys if you have patience to wait around and look for it. So as you're sitting there kind of waiting, you notice a woman kind of walking by hurriedly. She kind of glances from side to side, looks at you all. Her eyes kind of linger first on Rusty, then looking at the lengthy bladed staff on Thomvel's back, and then at you. She kind of looks down and kind of hurries her step as she starts to make her way through the gate.
Do not be afraid. I fear we are lost. Perhaps I can ask you questions or directions, maybe.
Are you lost, or?
We're looking for the battlements here at Old Keep, the top. We have friend we are trying to find.
Battlements are at the top.
Okay. How do we get there?
There's staircases. You can get to them. The wall's over there. There's an entrance by some of the markets there. She
Sounds
kind of
easy
points
enough.
up. And you can.
Thank you.
entering through the gate, you can see that it's a wide area, floored. Being in Lower Dora and you're on the ground level of Sharn, which is, you're not always on the ground level of Sharn, so it's always actually kind of nice when you are. This open area has many buildings, short towers that might go a couple tops, like 2 or 3 stories tall, within the inside of the walls of Old Keep. But none of them will surpass the highest level of the battlements. You can see where she pointed, there's kind of like a main road that is formed up the center and kind of diverging off. There are a couple of stalls that you can see mostly packed up now as we're reaching the evening for sure. In fact, I think we're beyond the evening. I think we're into the nighttime at this point. So empty stalls, but you can see that there are entryways, not as grand as the massive portcullis at the main gate, but there is an entryway into the walls themselves, and if you enter in that way, there is sort of a staircase that kind of runs back and forth. And there are multiple levels within the walls themselves. And you can see on the second floor, perhaps, there is a few people walking down, and there are apartments within these walls. But the battlements specifically are the top of the walls. And if you go to the top...
Are the apartments in the walls windowed? Are there like windows throughout the wall?
Perhaps the ones on the exterior. Perhaps some. However, windows would be arrow slits. No glass pane windows, unless perhaps someone went out of their way to pay a mason to knock out more of the stone, and to pay someone who can work with glass to install, which is possible, but generally unlikely for the populace who can afford to live here. Most windows are going to be arrow slits.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I
You're
forget
fine.
what you were saying before.
You know, the battlements are... the battlements is a general reference to anyone who lives on the top of this fortress. There are specifically spires on the corners of it. Which one is Raziel's?
Shall we make our way up? And I start walking towards the staircase that was pointed out.
Suppose that's the only choice we have at the moment. We'll have to perhaps use process of elimination to figure out where he lives.
I don't intend on eliminating anybody. I give him a stern look.
Not yet.
This is figure of speech, yeah? This is thing you say to minimize choice.
It occurs to you all that Raziel is a local figure. If you drop his name, it's a solid chance that people know who Raziel is. He represents this district.
Okay, I do this. The same old lady still close.
Well, no, not anymore. You've climbed inside. No, you've gone up in the walls. But you can find some. You can find some.
Old lady number 2.
Sure.
Tell him we have a package for him.
Just go ahead and give me a persuasion check to just generally go ahead and find someone in the general populace. Someone who's making their way through the battlements. And...
Voka.
I feel it won't not be me. I rolled a 5.
Is anyone helping in this endeavor?
I'll do it.
Don't forget help action, folks.
I made a 16.
A 16. I will say that there is as you pass your way up to the top, there is a man kind of leaning over the crenellations along the top of the wall, and he's kind of looking out. Now, here on the western side of the city, from the top of these battlements, you actually have a solid view of the Dagger River down below. And you can see this man's just kind of taking in the view for a moment. Now, I think Voka comes up first and puts his foot in his mouth in some way before Thambil intervenes. How does that play out?
Okay, we are looking for a man. He looks like, well, he's, tall, but also thin. And, anyway, I look for this man.
A tall, thin man?
Yeah, well, description slips my
What are we
mind.
talking about? Like a slender man?
Maybe.
We're talking about, like, how tall is tall? Like 7 feet?
How tall is Elf normally?
I mean,
He's
I'm
elf.
only 5'9".
This is standard height. You do not need to be shamed.
Doesn't look standard to you.
Well, I am large man.
Yeah, I'll say. He kind of looks up at you. Wait, he's tall to you? So he's like 7 feet?
At this point, I will walk up behind Voka and say, "My friend forgets himself. We are looking for Raziel. He's not tall compared to him. We have a gift for him. Do you know where he lives?"
Oh, sure, Raziel. Yeah. He used to live down in the armory. Yeah, no, but after he won the race, he moved up to the battlements. Sure. He's got the southwest corner. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you
The
for your
spire.
assistance.
He lives at the top of the spire there.
Okay. No, my description was
Wait a
crap.
second. What are you guys looking for, an autograph or something?
Something of this nature. I am fellow competitor in different sport. I play Herzak, but Raziel is a racer. I want to talk to him.
We have
Wait
a
a
package
second.
for him, and then I give a knowing look to Thomville because that's the lie that we agreed on.
Wait, you guys agreed on a lie?
Evidently.
I said we have a gift for him, and then
Oh.
Devoka is like, "I want to talk to him because I'm a fellow competitor."
So some kind of welcoming package, like an incentive to get him to join a team. Wait, are you saying Raziel's gonna play Herzog now?
It's possible, yes. He's very fast.
I would pay to see that. I would definitely pay to see that. Wait, you think he's gonna be any good at Herzog? Are you gonna let him ride something?
Well, maybe he'll ride other shifter.
That
I do not know.
sounds cool.
I am getting very, very much idiocracy vibes from this man. He's probably the greeter at Costco. Welcome to Costco. I love you.
He's generic man A. Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit late to go looking for autographs, but if it's a new business venture, yeah. Anyways, that's where where he moved up to. Expensive place.
You
It's not
seen him at
easy
all
to get
today?
a spot in the spire. Oh no. I mean, I only ever see him in passing, anyways. Can't remember the last time.
Well, cool. We'll have to see if he's home
very
then.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later if you want to come back. I mean, the sunset's almost over, but if you want to see it, Really like it's gonna get purple soon. It's orange right now. Purple's next.
It's very nice.
And what's after purple?
Mostly black, just black.
Right.
Yeah, purple's kind
figured.
of like a end zone. Yeah.
Just thought I would refresh my memory a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after that, it's like yellow, and then orange, and then like white.
Is this secret code, or is he talking about literal sunset?
I think he might be embellishing the sunset just a tad.
No, it comes up. It's not. I'm not lying or anything. It's real.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we doing this? We haven't told. We have 30 minutes.
Perception is reality. Yes. Well, listen. Yes.
This.
After we talk shop with Raziel, we'll come and watch the sunset.
I mean, it's like over pretty much, but sure, yeah. I mean, I'll catch you tomorrow night. I'm here. I like to. I mean, I live down kind of like on the second level of the fortress, but I like to catch it each night. Yeah, I mean, I'll see you here. I'll see you around. I'll see you around.
Absolutely.
Anyways,
Rusty walks away. He's done with this.
Okay.
Towards the southwest corner of the battlement.
yeah, you guys can make it. Yeah, you guys can make your way south. Luckily you're on the west side. You're on the west side of the wall. You can make your way south. And you come down. There are multiple, as you make your way along the walls, predominantly on the interior, but occasionally on the exterior, you can see that there are sort of platforms and apartments and buildings that have been attached to the sides of these walls of the battlements on the higher levels. So you have housing on the interior, you have sort of small marketplaces and more housing kind of in the courtyard area that's in the center. And then you have the spires that reach up. The rule of thumb in Sharn is that the higher up you live, the wealthier you are. So while you're living in Upper Dura, living in the top spire apartment of the battlement marks Raziel as someone who has obtained a level of wealth above. This is, in fact, fuck the wisdom check. You guys can ascertain based on the fact that he won that race before. Raziel probably gained a purse that could have won him an apartment somewhere else. But instead he chose to stay in Old Keep and instead just upgraded his position in Old Keep. And he is now living in probably the nicest of apartments available to you in a place like Old Keep, which is the top of this spire. At the southwest corner, the wall converges, and further down that way to the east, if you made the turn, would be that main gate where you saw the lady hanging her laundry up. But you come to the conjunction of the walls where a spire is before you, and there is a large door that leads into it. It is, of course, shut.
Rusty goes up and bangs on the door really loud.
say
Do you
anything?
think the whole spire is his abode?
Is it not?
I'm not sure. Usually with buildings like this, if there is a spire, then there may be multiple apartments. But the way this is set up, I feel like this could be just one house.
Rusty nods, then goes back and bangs on the door and says, Raziel!
Go ahead and Rusty, since you're right by the door, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
That's another nat 20.
Very nice. Very nice. Hold on 1 second. Now that I have this up, I'm going to need to remaneuver my windows a little bit. Hold on, we've got it. We've got it. Where did I write this stuff? It's somewhere in here. There it is. All right. With a natural 20 in perception, not only can you initially hear as you first walk up, perhaps just as you're about to start banging that door, before the clanging of your massive metallic and stone and wooden fists ramming into this doorway, even before that, you hear a muffled crashing from within. Things being tossed about, sound of glass shattering. But with a 20, if you take a moment, maybe you hear a few voices within.
Does it sound like there's like a scuffle or someone's in danger?
I mean, yes.
I'm gonna try and bust down the door.
Okay. All right.
Did you
All
try
right. You start. Boom! You kick the door. Go ahead. Give me an athletics check. What's
As
everybody
he
else doing?
as he winds up to like try and punch the door down, I'll like raise a hand, like making a gesture to intervene, but not intervening.
That's a 20 on athletics.
Alrighty. You kick that door the hell down. And to the great surprise, as the door kicks open, I will go ahead and reveal this to you guys. Oh, I need to change. Whoop, let's change the screen. Why didn't that work? There it is. Alrighty. Okay. And by the way, you guys see the new screen that I put up, right? On Roll20?
I do not.
I do not.
Oh, really? Do I not know what I'm doing? I changed to a new page. Chris.
You
do I
need
have
to
share it
drag a little flag, I think.
What?
Yeah, there's a
Help me
show
out.
to players flag, and it's like a little banner on the page. So where you go to new page at the top, there should be like a little blue banner that you
Oh, a flag that says players.
Mhm.
Oh, so I can look at whatever page I want, but you're not seeing it until I drag this flag?
That is correct.
I did not realize that. Okay, all right, sure. All right, there you are. You guys see it now?
Oh yeah, first battle map.
We sure do.
Boom, 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 boom. I will rearrange you guys a little bit. I think Rusty definitely has to be in the front. The other three of you can arrange yourselves as you would like, which I'd like you to
I
do
will
now.
be next.
before I
I'll be exactly
reveal
where I
anything.
am because that's where I would have been like, but no. And then just let it happen.
Okay. All right, very good. With Rusty kicking the door in, you hear, you know what? Sure. Let me go ahead and reveal this. I'm just going to reveal the whole thing because it's silly to try and reveal in polygon formats. So the door gets kicked open, and you hear a bit of a muffled grunt as the door kind of knocks someone in the side, which you can quickly see. I'm going to give him a save. Okay. This halfling right here is knocked over by the door being kicked in, and he kind of grunts. The other three look at the door with surprise. Standing here in the center of the room is a young elven man with short blonde hair. Thomvel, you recognize this to be Raziel, being the only person to have previously seen him. You see particularly this one, who is holding him by the collar, as Raziel is currently on his knees, with this halfling gripping his coat face to face in front of him. Rusty, you have the best view of this. Make a perception check for me. 10. I'm afraid not. You do see you do see that there are several in here. They look towards the door in surprise. This one, as I said, being knocked over, particularly the one that was grasping Raziel, becomes distracted, breaking his locked gaze on Raziel and looking to you all and saying, "What in Balliner's name?" And it's at that moment, perhaps you're the only one, Rusty, who is in a good position to see this, that Raziel pulls away, breaks free from his grasp, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out a vial. He chugs down something. You see, well, you don't see. You had a bad perception check. He pulled out a vial and knocks it down, and that's when he suddenly cries out. He says, "Tavin!" And the halfling that was right next to him, who was holding his collar, looks back, and just as he turns his face, Raziel grabs him by the throat, lifts him up, and you can see suddenly this markings begin extending from underneath his sleeve along his arm, wrapping its way around. There's this dark energy radiating off of his arm as he grabs this halfling by the throat and lifts him off his feet and says, "I told you." And you can see the life draining out of this halfling as he becomes desiccated, crying out. The others are now looking back between the two of you, wondering what to do. Raziel drops this form onto the ground, looks across the room, and just turns and runs. This halfling, you can't see what I'm clicking on. This halfling fails as he fumbles for the blade at his hip, trying to stop Raziel. Raziel drops the one here, who collapses to the ground. And Raziel will run, busting through this door, which is actually open. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to toggle open and close doors. But he'll bust through this door onto the balcony beyond, where you can see, at least at this moment, you can see one of these creatures. It looks, it has leathery wings with feathers across the back of it. Make a nature check, Rusty.
That's
Afraid
a
not.
10.
Afraid not. A creature you don't recognize, as Raziel throws his leg over the back of it, grabs some reins that are leading to its mouth, and yanks on them. Now, he looks a little large for this thing, but it pulls itself up, and it kind of gives a kind of like a shrieking sound as he pulls it up, and Raziel dips the fuck out on this thing. Meanwhile, these other ones, this one being on the ground, and these two looking at you who's just kicked down the door, look at you and draw their blades. Everybody can roll initiative.
Ooh, shit.
Now, to mark your initiative on your character, you can click the token first before going to D&D Beyond and clicking on initiative. Now, I believe maybe I need to open this first. There you go. 11. So, Devoka, you just rolled that. Famvel, it didn't register. Well, you had a 17 before, so I'll just edit it to 17.
I rolled a 6, but you're gonna re-roll it so you can put it in.
Well, the 6 was the first thing you rolled, so that's fine.
Just gotta
How
make
do I
sure
do
you're.
this?
We'll get this right next time.
Add turn. 6. Cool. Ashana, 21. Add turn. 21. Boom. Chris, do you know how do I get it to organize? Like, I have all of you in the turn order now, but it's not actually organized by
There
initiative.
should be a cogwheel somewhere on that turn order.
I
and
do
you
see it.
can right or left click it, and there should be sort by descending or ascending order. And you.
Oh, okay. Yep. It did it. Thank you. Okay. And let me roll for them.
Yeah, you're gonna want to throw them in there and then organize it again. If you use just one to represent them, it's important that you realize which one you picked in case you accidentally delete it and leave them all out of the initiative order.
Gotcha.
So Raziel just dipped. He's gone, right? Or is he like still on the balcony right now?
I'll say that he is on that balcony for a moment. He will inevitably be dipping in a moment. Boom. Alrighty. At the top of initiative order is actually Hashana. I just want to double check with everybody. I know some of you did not enter this session at your best. I believe everyone has received a long rest since the last time. So if you did not do that, please do that now before we get started. And Hashana, you are at the top of our initiative order. Particularly for you, while you may have missed some of the details, we're unlikely to have seen Raziel and what happened in there. What you can see is that the door got kicked down and that this halfling is now knocked prone in front of the door. What would you like to do?
I assume I have to go in there, huh?
I don't know, do you? Do what you like.
Can I say, I think Raziel is trying to escape.
He's in there?
He was in there.
We should probably go get him. And Hashana rushes in.
You're going to push into the room?
Hell yeah, I am. We're getting that guy.
Do it. So you have 30 feet of movement, which is 6 squares on the grid. You should all have control of your tokens. I'm pretty sure I made sure of that before. So you should be able to move your token. So you have six squares of movement. You let me know where you want to be. Boom. And it's easy to jump over this first one who's been knocked prone.
Push to talk, probably.
Damn it. Thank you. I'm like talking to myself and...
All right, so you move inside. At this point, moving in, you can see Raziel mounting that creature over there.
I'm gonna yell out to him, Raziel, wait! And then I notice everyone around me And I turn back to look at everyone and shout help before I try to knock everyone out, right?
How are you going to knock everyone out?
With my Eldritch Blast, right?
You can pick one target for your Eldritch Blast, but that
Damn
would help
it.
knock someone out.
I want all of them out. Let's
do.
aim. Let's the guy next to me, is he dead?
Which one? The one with the big X on him?
No, the one on the ground that I left over.
He's not dead. He's just got knocked over as the door got opened. As Rusty busted the door down, it knocked him to the ground. Which we can try to denote that. Sarah,
cool. So I'm not going to worry about him because I'm hoping that someone else will get him. So I'm going to go for the sucker in front.
Sure. Now, don't forget that Eldritch Blast is a ranged attack, and you are now within 5 feet of this man, making it not an ideal range for you.
Well, fuck, this shit is horrible. Should I move back?
Well, you can. You can. Although it will incur its own dangers to do so at this point.
Motherfucker, battle is hard, man.
It sure is. Do you have any other cantrips?
I do. Let me find them. I've got Sacred Flame.
Yeah, that one works by saves. It's not an attack roll, right? So that would at least not suffer any penalty, I don't think, for its range. I think that's correct. Sacred Flame works on a saving throw, right? You can put it up in the Roll20 chat so we can see the text of it. Do you remember how to do that? There it is. Yeah, there's no attack roll for Sacred Flame, so that means that it would not be affected by your distance to your target. So you could target that guy with Sacred Flame with no disadvantages or anything like that, and he would roll a dexterity check. Is that what you want to do? A dexterity save, rather.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sure. He is not successful. So what does that look like as you do your Sacred Flame?
That's a great question.
Is it a flame-like radiance descending on the creature?
Yes, but it's purple.
Oh, like the sunset.
A flame like the sunset itself. It comes from your hand, and it doesn't really travel from your hand to his form. More like you summon it, and then it increases on his form, mirroring the energy contained within your palm as you roll a 1d8 to see how much damage you do.
You can actually click the 1d8 in the chat.
You can do that. If you see that highlighted, that pink 1d8, you can just click that.
Big flame.
Oh, big bummer. Big bummer as you deal 1 damage to this gentleman.
I'm crushing this, guys.
Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn? You have used your action, only a 20 feet of your movement. Anything else? Bonus action or additional movement?
Anyone? Can I stab someone? Is that a bonus action?
That would not be a bonus action. That would be an action.
Not for you, at least.
Now. Yeah, not for you, at least. But don't forget, you have your actions tab open? Or your, what is the tab called? Yeah, no, it's called actions. You can literally click on your bonus action to see any options that you have there.
Cool. Yeah,
I'm looking at the wrong character, but
I think I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
okay. Very good. All right, Thamvel, you are up next. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna push into the room like so, leaping over the prone halfling, as Hashana has done before me. I'm assuming I see. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot.
Raziel?
Raziel leaping onto this beast, right, to flee the scene.
Yes.
As I'm leaping over the halfling, I will draw with a flourish my revenant blade and spin around and throw out my left hand and then yell, "Stay," at a very deep pitch that none of you have heard me speak in before, after which you'll see the air projecting out from my voice reverberate with magical energy, and I'm casting command on Raziel.
What is the DC? You dick.
12.
Okay. Can you please post the text of command into the
We got him.
VTT for me? Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. I did not eat my cat, by the way. All right, I don't know. Anyways, sorry. I try not to acknowledge chat, but every once in a while I'll notice something in chat that I just immediately respond to. Cat's up top. Cat's sitting on top of my printer right now above my desk. Anyways, you take a look at Raziel, and in that moment after, I think it was Hashana, correct, who shouted out his name, and he kind of glanced back, seeing no recognition, at least not with you, Hashana, definitely not with Rusty. Thamvel, though, he has at least met once, although it's with great surprise that he sees you there. He has no idea who the fuck you are, to be honest. But as he does look at you with that look of surprise, and he is mounted now on this beast, and he looks back, you make eye contact and you shout at him, "Stay!" And he is entranced, at least for a moment. You have one round of Raziel staying. But that was a success. Is there anything else you're doing with your turn? That's
No.
you, Thamvel.
I stand ready with my double scimitar.
Very good. Alrighty. Next up. All right, so this guy will stand up for sure from his proneness, and looking around, he will pull out his blade, look to the other halfling who is now collapsed on the ground, and kind of look around at the chaos that has ensued in the few couple of moments since he got a door kicked in his face, and pull out his a scimitar from his waist and just lay in, I think, to Hashana. All right, buddy. Let's make a roll. Oh, I believe that's a 22 to hit you, Hashana.
Rude.
I presume that's a success for a... Ooh, buddy. In 8 points of slashing damage as he strikes across you with this scimitar. He will, at that point,
Amazingly enough, you get to heal yourself for 1 because you didn't hit the long rest button.
What?
She was at 6 HP, so now she gets to heal for 1.
Oh,
instead
you
of
can
taking
still
her
see
damage.
that because I have that what's
The
a magic?
overlay.
The overlay. Yeah. You never hit that long rest, did you? You even know I reminded
No.
you to.
No, I did. I'm at 7 now because I took 8
I
hit
don't know.
points.
Maybe the overlay doesn't update itself very well. I don't know.
That's probably what it is.
Okay, so there you go. All right, so you're at 7 health currently. This gentleman will then take the disengage action.
Gentleman,
And-
really?
Whatever. This hustling son of a gun will dip. What is his goal? I think he's going to I don't know, maybe he's actually already in a good position. Maybe he'll just dip under Hashana's feet and move over here, kind of leaping on top of the corner of this bedpost over here. And that will be his turn. Next up are the others here. These two are both going to... I didn't give them that. These two are both going to move away. Thamvel and Hashana, you both get attacks of opportunity if you would like them. As
Hell
these two
yeah.
dip and dodge and dive out of your range.
Hashana, are you attacking?
It's my turn.
No.
No.
We both can counterattack because he's leaving our range.
So these are attacks of opportunity. You can spend your reaction. Reactions are the only way that you can do something outside of your turn. Right now it is not your turn, but the one way you can do something when it's not your turn is by spending a reaction. And one common way to spend your reaction is by doing an attack of opportunity when an enemy leaves your melee range. So right now, if you have a melee weapon, you may make a melee attack against this halfling who is moving away from you.
Then yes, I have a dagger. I would
Very
like
good.
to draw my dagger and stab that fucker in the back.
Sure. Go ahead and give me an attack roll, both of you. Oh boy. Okay. Hashana, unfortunately, you are unsuccessful as he dips low as he backs his way up cautiously away from you before turning to face the doorway. Thomvel, you are significantly more effective. Now, making a reaction attack, what are we rolling for your double-bladed scimitar again?
It's just the main attack, so I think it's a 2d4.
Yeah.
Eight damage.
Nice, not bad.
What happened was, as I leapt over, I did the command spell, stay, and then I just kept spinning. And then as this guy, like, got up and tried to jump over, I was already, like, ready with the backhand to, like, hamstring him.
And as you slash him, you slow him down for a moment. He falls to one knee for a moment, looks back at you, and then just pushes himself back up. And you can hear a kind of a grunt of pain as he stands back up on that leg going... but he rushes forward and both of them dash out onto the balcony and leap onto the backs of these other glide wings here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. From that point, leaping onto their backs, they are able to utilize the glide wings movement, flying to either side and taking shots at the two of you on the outside. Devoka, a 15 on you? No? All right. And Rusty, as these, dang it, a 15 on you, Rusty.
Not gonna
As
do it.
these, hold on, let me mark the movement. As these halflings fire their crossbows from the backs of these glide wings. Let me
Cross
check them.
bros.
Cross bros. They're big bros.
White cross.
Hmm. All right. I think that's all they've got for this round. Devoka, you are up. Rusty, you're on deck.
Okay. So,
Got me done.
brandish my shield, and looking that I just got attacked from the air, I will move, let's say, to here. Now, you'll say, in from this range, he's 10 feet from me, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I pull halfling off of, hand starts to crackle with lightning, and I lash out and try to pull halfling off of flying mount, probably to death.
Perhaps. So that's lightning lash. Is it an attack roll or is it's a strength save?
It's a strength save.
Okay. Can you give me the text of lightning lash?
Duh.
I think it's lightning lure.
Lightning lure.
Lightning lure. Very important distinction.
Lash of lightning energy. First couple of words of the. I can be forgiven, I think.
Be pulled up to 10 feet in straight line towards me.
Yes, indeed. Which includes the edge of the wall and the crenellations, which you can see on the other side. So, unfortunately, I'm not sure if he's going to immediately plummet to his death the way you were hoping. However, he will certainly take the 1d8 lightning damage, which you can roll now, as he makes a save to see if he can catch the ledge. With a natural 1, as he whips around trying to take a shot at you, he is lassoed around his waist with crackling energy, which rips him off the back of this large winged beast. He tries to reach out and grab the corner of this post here. He gets one hand on it, and then unfortunately the momentum of his own body swings, and you can see the legs kick up and rip his grip on that corner away from him as he sort of hits the corner of the wall and tumbles between these two crenellations on the tower as he falls down below. The glide wing itself is all that remains over here.
Okay. Having done this, I will now move. I have, say, 20 feet left, because I only used 2. But I walk into here, 5, 10, 15 to here. And then I taunt small halfling man. And then I step back. Provoking, perhaps, attack of opportunity. I insult his lineage. I say, your mother was clearly a...
just okay, all right. Go ahead, give me a what? Yeah, absolutely. Forget the check. Yeah, he'll waste his reaction on you, sure, since that's what you want. And it is absolutely a waste with a 12. No, 13. But definitely a waste as he attempts to lash out at you in response.
Okay, I dance among these halfling men and show them that they are not worth my time.
Rusty, you're up. Hashanah, you're next.
So Rusty is an eyes on the prize kind of guy, so he's gonna go directly for Raziel.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, I'm gonna go like right here, I guess.
You've got the movement for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. It's counting just diagonally. It's kind of a weird thing when you move all diagonally. So I think this is pretty much all of your movement to get up here. And you do pass through that one halfling space, but he just wasted his reaction. So you're good. This is pretty much all your movement, though.
As I go past Ashana, I say, maybe try hotter fire next time. Because I saw that pitiful spell that you cast.
1 point of damage.
And I am going to go up to Raziel and say, we need to have words, and I'm going to grapple him. I'm just going to try and grab him and lift him off the ground.
Oh, shit. I just realized I didn't actually put him in the turn order. Hold on. Thomvel, when did you cast that? Hold on. We need to decide whether he's here, because I never put him in the turn order.
It's okay. Because
and he's only obligated to stay there for 1 round. Sure. So this roll, what you're doing, might not be an option anymore, depending on what I roll right now.
It does not matter, because
roll up his initiative.
1 round of doing nothing. So it's still he would still have a turn.
Yeah, you're actually right. However, I should roll where he is regardless. You're actually right. He rolled really high, which, frankly, I really should have done this first, because frankly, that means that Thomvel would have never had the chance to do this, but oh well, you live and you learn, don't you? Nope, you're right, though, because he would have spent that turn that came up as the turn that he was doing basically nothing. However, his initiative is 20, just for the record. So, I'm sorry, what did you go to grapple him?
I want to grapple him. Just going to grab him, lift him off the ground.
We're here at the bottom. We're on... What back? We're on Rusty. Okay. Go ahead and make an athletics check, and he will make an opposed roll.
That's a nat 1 plus 6, or plus 5, so I got a 6.
Well, a plus 5 is nice, but your 6 isn't much compared to his untrained 16, unfortunately. He is required to stay in place, but he is not required to submit to your grapple. So unfortunately, it is unsuccessful. He is still currently engaged in the command spell, but you do not have him grappled.
As Rusty tries to grab him by the collar and say, we need to have words, I'll be spinning still, but I'll stop and reach out my hand again and say, please, we mean you no harm.
I mean, you can make a persuasion check with disadvantage. It's only fair. $15's actually okay.
Wow.
Okay. He's kind of frozen in place, so it's hard to read his reaction.
I say this immediately after I hamstring one of the halflings to drive home the point.
That is true. You can see a bit of conflict on his face, but he really can't take any actions right now because of your spell, so it's hard to gauge his reaction. Hashana, you are up.
Yes, I am, and I need to heal myself.
Which you can do.
As a bonus action, right?
Yes, you can. By using which ability?
My healing light.
That is correct.
Like a game show.
So I'm gonna just click the box, right?
So you can choose how many dice you'd like to expend, right? So that's what I need you to tell me. You can use 1, 2, or 3 dice of D6s.
Is that per time I use it, or?
You're using every time you use this ability, you have a pool of 3 dice. That's why there are 3 boxes there, right? And every time you use it, you pick how many you would like to expend at this moment. But all you have together is the pool of 3. So right now you can use 1. You haven't spent any at the moment, so you spend 1, 2, or 3, right, to heal yourself.
Cool. Thanks everyone for your patience. I appreciate it.
It's totally okay. You're doing fine. It's okay.
I'm gonna use just 1 dice.
Okay, no problem. So you can you can mark one of the boxes and you can roll a d6 to kill yourself. Five, not good roll. Solid, above average. Bringing you up to actually almost full health, I believe, right? So that's your bonus action. You still have an action, which is the juiciest bit of your turn.
Can I do an unarmed strike to the guy in front of
Absolutely,
me?
you can. Yeah, you can.
Cool. Yeah. Can I headbutt him?
Yeah, for sure you can. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make an attack roll for me. Now, an unarmed strike. I think this needs to be a strength check, but I feel bad telling you that. Does it have to be strength? Are there rules to make unarmed with dexterity, or do you have to be a monk to do that?
Only with martial arts.
Only with martial, aka a monk, right? Yeah. All right. Unfortunately, you were going to do that as a strength attack. So let's see. I think that's probably listed. It is listed under actions, so you can click it there. Not bad though. Not bad though with a 15. Yeah. You're channeling something. And in fact, you've been while it was not your forte, back at the Gathering Light, Selkatari trained pretty much all of the acolytes there in at least novice levels of martial arts training, so you're not completely unprepared for something like this. And it's actually to your advantage that this halfling stepped up on this bedpost, because it brought him more on your level and got his shoulders exactly where you want them as you dip your arms below him, wrap your hands around, grab his shoulders, and just bring your head down and headbutt the crap out of him. So here's the deal with unarmed strikes. Technically, there's supposed to be 1 damage plus your strength modifier, which is technically -1. I don't want to tell you that you deal 0 damage right now. So please go ahead and roll a 1d4 for me. This is a temporary ruling because I don't want to be a total dick to you.
All attacks deal a minimum of 1 damage if they hit.
That's a fair point, yeah. But just go ahead and roll a 1d4. A 4. Very nice. Yeah. All right. You bring it down really good as you lock this guy and headbutt him right on the bridge of his nose. Very nice, actually. Very nice. That is the first blow dealt to him, and he looks at you with eyes that are ready. In fact, he kind of, as a little bit of blood kind of drips down from his nose now, kind of like wipes it off. And he kind of, come on, as he looks at you. All right, you still have movement, but that's it.
I think I'm good where I am.
Cool, that's fine. You want to stay there?
Yeah, I got business to attend to with this guy.
All right, very good. All right. It is Raziel for sure. What does Raziel do?
Question: is this Raziel's first turn, as Thomval's after him in turn order? So
We're in a weird spot because yes, that is true, but also he should have gone before me.
Yeah, exactly. Technically, Thomvel shouldn't have had the opportunity, but he did, based on what I rolled.
assumed all of his running and jumping.
But that's my mistake, not your guys' mistake.
Whatever
So
you
it's
decide to
on
do
me.
is fine by me.
The command lasts for this turn, which means that he is obligated to stay. That is, no, that's only fair. He is obligated to stay at this moment. That does not. Stay is a vague command, vague enough that I will say that he takes his mount, his glidewing mount, and flies around, hovering on top of Spire, which of course has a roof, which is not pictured on this map. He has not departed, he has not fled, but he positions himself in a new place. That seems
Fair enough.
reasonable. Seems like a reasonable balance. Thomvel, it is your turn. Devoka, you are on deck.
Seeing him take off from the balcony, I grunt under my breath, and then out of frustration, I leap over Hashanah and like come down on this halfling in a corkscrew motion, spinning my scimitar into him.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make an attack roll. You have a reach of 5 feet, right?
Yeah, I don't have reach.
Cool.
But that's 22 to hit with the main attack.
Absolutely. Success. Go ahead and roll damage.
5 damage.
Ooh. Yikes. Not nothing. As you spin it around, bringing the momentum of the twirl, which is the bottom half, which is the top half, it's hard to tell as it spins in your hand and you advance on him. Anything
And then
else?
I continue with the offhand attack.
Sure.
As
You
a bonus
follow
action.
that momentum and make a second attack. Unfortunately, an 8 will not succeed, as now he turns from Hashanah. For a moment, he was at least distracted by the almost insulting headbutt that he just received. And that allowed you to get in quick, but you catch his attention immediately after that, slashing across his shoulder. He turns to you, and with his scimitar, he reaches up and touches the base of the blade at the end of your polearm, stopping it in time. Anything else?
No.
Alrighty. It will be his turn. As a bonus action, he will disengage once more, sliding under Hashanah's feet and passing out beyond 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Over. No, he needs to stop here first. Yeah. He'll slide under Hashanah's feet. As he does this straight up metal power slide, he'll take a slash at Devoka's ankles as he does so. With a 19 to hit.
This will hit.
Nice. Sorry to contain my excitement. And he shall deal 9 damage to you, Devoka. That is as he is passing, and he will move out here.
As he strikes me an ankle very deep, because 8 is a lot.
9.
9. That means no. But anyway, I will charge my body with electricity and punish him for hitting me by zapping him as he moves by.
Okay.
So, using my wisdom as spellcasting modifier, DC 12, spell attack, I can attack him.
Wrath of Storm. Wait.
He has to make a dexterity saving throw or take 2d. But he takes 2d8. He can have it if he passes a dex saving throw.
I'm just confused by this ability you just put in because it's the text I'm reading. It seems like text that is so obvious. I don't understand the distinction. You can cast prepared. Oh, okay. I think that's the text I need. Also, at first level, you can thunderously rebuke. That's what we're talking about, right? You can use your
Linked
reaction.
the wrong ability, which is weird.
Oh, no worries. That's fine. I don't even understand what Wrath of the Storm is supposed to do because it just seems like normal cleric stuff. It doesn't even seem to be adding anything.
It shouldn't have. Yeah, the display in Roll20 button is not displaying the correct text. It's what I linked, though.
No worries. He is failing that dexterity saving throw, so you may roll your 2d8 lightning.
13.
13. Very nice. This is a substantial blow to him as he dances past you. However, he does ready himself, and you can see that he has a scimitar in one hand, and he reaches behind his back and pulls out a light crossbow in his other arm, which he slings to his into a ready position, locking his elbow against his chest and watching for the next person to come out of that doorway. Although you're standing on the outside, I believe, actually, Devoka.
I am.
And he's watching you, but he's also ready for whoever comes next. And that is his turn. This mofo over here shall fly. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Yeah. He's going to fly across, making a diving move. And take a shot at you, Devoka, as he passes by, as you're really the only one he's got a solid view at. However, he's not actually going to. He's not going to take a shot at his crossbow. What he's going to do is, as he dashes by, you can see him swinging something over his head. Weights on either ends of this long rope that he is. And he'll release it at you, aiming towards your legs as he flings a bolus at you. You can give me a dexterity saving throw.
No. Three.
Hell yeah. As this bolus wraps around your legs, it locks you up. You are currently restrained at the moment. And he will follow that up. You know what? I don't like where I placed him. So, frankly, I'm going to edit him a little bit because I'm realizing that I'm not using their movement properly, am I? Not. This is where he started. Let me measure again. You were well within range for the attack regardless. Sorry, I have to play smart or I'll never stand a chance. Yeah, it's not going to be a straight line because that's a waste of his resources. He dashes in, throws the bolus at you, and then as he dashes by, the creature itself will claw at you with its claws. Now that you are restrained, it will do so with advantage. It's already. What a crit on the second one! Brother! I've drank too much.
I'm sure I like this energy coming from the DM.
I remember a couple of hours ago when I was scared I was going to kill you guys. Now I'm excited. That is actually an unimpressive crit. With a total of 6 damage to you. I'm sorry, 5 damage. 5 damage to you.
Okay.
However, it passes by you. Have you spent your reaction? You already did, as you attacked the other one that passed by you, correct?
Da.
Okay, so it positions itself. Check that once more. Oh, why is it doing that snap to grid shit? There we go. Yeah, that's exactly where it is. And then the other one, this one, no longer has its rider, but it again has no other targets out here, so it's going to swing past you. 5, 10, 15, 20. This one will take an attack at you. It has advantage now that you are restrained. That really happened twice in a row? You just got critted again, my friend. That really just happened twice in a row. All right. It was funny the first time. It's not funny the second time. This is 9 damage coming at you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Davoka is now unconscious.
There you go. That's how the dice roll. Okay, I really celebrated the first one, and then I immediately felt guilty when it happened twice in a row. Okay. All right, well, you are unconscious, and I feel that it is 11 o'clock at night, and that is a significantly dramatic moment. How do you guys feel? Should we continue this combat, or should we resume it next time?
I'm fine to come back to it. I can just remain dying for a week.
What do you guys
Devoco
think?
will relive his entire life's memories for a week.
Can't believe you just got critted twice in a row.
I mean, I would prefer
To keep going?
to stop for now, I think.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
But you said that so hesitantly. I thought that you meant keep going because I thought that was the harder choice to advocate for. No, that's cool. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's 11 o'clock. I agree, actually. Let's pick up here next week in the midst of battle. The Voka has just been sliced and diced by these riders outside.
It's okay, because it's my turn next, and I can make first death saving throw immediately.
You're right. You're not dead yet. It was a lot as this creature slashes down. I will at least finish out its turn. After all, it's only a flyby attack. It is able to reposition itself over yonder, and we'll leave the battle map at that. And we will pick it back up next time on Sunday. Sound good?
Sounds good.
I
Sounds
am
good.
going to make this halfling into ribbons.
Alrighty. All right, everyone. Thanks to all those who tuned in for the stream. Again, we're here Sundays at 5:30 in general. And you can always watch, if you miss an episode, you can always watch on YouTube where they will be uploaded. That is Gaming Mandroid on YouTube, just like here on Twitch. And thanks, everybody. And we'll call it.